ladies and gentlemen, interfered with the United States of America 2020 presidential election, knowingly and willingly. That's the bad news. It's going to get worse because this is the investigation part. Later comes the arrest part.
What's up, YouTube? Linda, HJ, Donnie, Anthony, Max, good to see everybody. DOT Collector, Breaking O Self, Hollas, what up? Linda, good to see you. Jamalo in the house. Corn Pop, that Corn Pop's a bad dude, man. You guys ready for a good show today? Let's get it started. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. Thank you guys for retweeting, sharing this content. I love you guys. God bless America. Let's watch what a great, amazing President Trump is. This one's gonna be a really good one. Took me 4 days to edit this video, so hopefully you guys enjoy the show. Let's get it.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. Their victories have not been your victories. Their triumphs have not been your triumphs. And while they celebrated in our nation's capital, there was little to celebrate for struggling families all across our land.
We will draw strength from the glories of the past, and we will make greatness our common mission for the future. Together, we will make our nations stronger, our countries safer, our culture richer, our people freer, and the world more beautiful than ever before. Above all else, we will forever be loyal to our workers, our citizens, and our families.
That all changes starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you.
We've been so successful that the United States no longer needs to import energy from hostile nations. We've been so successful that the United States no longer needs to import energy from hostile nations. America is making sweeping changes to place workers and their families at the center of our national agenda. To every business looking for a place where they are free to invest, build, thrive, innovate, and succeed. Today, I urge other nations to follow our example and liberate your citizens from the crushing weight of bureaucracy. With that, you have to run your own countries the way you want. We are also restoring the constitutional rule of law in America, which is essential to our economy, our liberty, and our future.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another. or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
America's newfound prosperity is undeniable, unprecedented, and unmatched anywhere in the world. A nation's highest duty is to its own citizens. Only when governments put their own citizens first will people be fully invested in their national futures. A pro-worker, pro-citizen, pro-family agenda demonstrates how a nation can thrive when its communities, its companies, its government, and its people work together for the good of the whole nation. When people are free to innovate, millions will live longer, happier, healthier lives.
It belongs to everyone gathered here today and everyone watching all across America. This is your day, this is your celebration, and this, the United States of America, is your country. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time.
To protect our security and our economy, we are also boldly embracing American energy independence. The United States is now by far the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world, by far. It's not even close. While many European countries struggle with crippling energy costs, the American energy revolution is saving American families $2,500 every year in lowering electric bills and numbers that people said couldn't happen, and also, very importantly, prices at the pump.
Just a quick recap on the never-changing rules of the world. The three things that any functioning country must have in ample supply are food, water, and energy. Those are the fundamental necessities of life, not diversity, equity, and inclusion, food, water, and energy. If you have a surplus of food, water, and energy, you win. If you don't, you lose. Now that may sound unfair, but we did not make the rules. Nature did. We can choose to ignore them, but those rules will never change. Sorry. Thankfully for Americans, we live in a country that is remarkably abundant in all three of those things. The U.S. has the most fertile farmland in the world. We've got more potable fresh water than virtually any other place. And critically, and rarest of all, America has the largest recoverable oil reserves on the planet. We are #1 in that category, and that matters maybe more than anything. Now, they may be telling you on CNN that so-called renewable energy, windmills and solar panels, are about to power the world. But that's absurd, and no one corrects them, and somebody should, because a lot is at stake. If your 9-year-old starts telling you, I'm like Superman, you have to correct him before he jumps off the garage. The stakes are high. So it is incumbent on the rest of us to point out the people telling you that have no idea what they're talking about. We are not remotely close to a green energy power grid or anything even approaching it. In fact, as of today, the world is powered, as it has long been, by fossil fuels. Fossil fuels, that's where more than 80% of global energy comes from. Not from windmills and solar panels. From oil and gas and coal. And that is not going to change soon. In fact, the world's fastest growing economies, that would be India and China, are using more fossil fuels than ever, not less. So why is every person in charge, from the people who make the ads at Nike, to the energy secretary, to the president of the United States, to every anchor on every channel on television, telling you exactly the opposite?
I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
We've been warning about this for months, and now it looks like it's finally here. Over the past 72 hours, the United States started rolling out a new way to draw China and Russia into a war by drawing ridiculous red lines in Ukraine and launching a new stunning propaganda machine. This thing is amazing, and the most stunning part is that the United States just admitted they're lying in order to create this conflict. Yeah, they're on the record about this. I'll have more on that in just a moment. But first, the United States just announced it's sending troops to Taiwan and more military assets to prepare for the coming war with China. Yes, they said this out loud, that they're pushing more fake news about China and Russia. They're hoping you're too stupid to read a book or to dive into the truth so that you'll just fall in line and go along with whatever propaganda they're heaving at us this week. We'll get to all of this and these latest developments around the propaganda and Putin and China's response to the West in a moment. But first, the United States is desperately trying to hold on to U.S. hegemony right now around the U.S. dollar. And instead of doing it through economic incentives, like China's doing with a multi-trillion-dollar Belt and Road Initiative, which has drawn in all sorts of new partners in the Middle East and Asia, even Germany, instead, America is doing the opposite. It's using military force to try and hold on to power. And America's infrastructure is crumbling right before our eyes. And President Biden just announced another $10 billion be sent to Ukraine to help their economy. You can't even make this up. If you needed any more evidence of America's collapsing infrastructure, just look at the many railroad derailments or bridge collapses over the past few months.
We created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones in distressed communities where capital gains on long-term investments are now taxed at zero. And tremendous wealth is pouring into areas that for 100 years saw nothing. When I spoke at this forum 2 years ago, I told you that we had launched the great American comeback. Today, I'm proud to declare that the United States is in the midst of an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen before. We've regained our stride, rediscovered our spirit, and reawakened the powerful machinery of American enterprise. America is thriving, America is flourishing, and yes, America is winning again like never before. Just last week alone, the United States concluded 2 extraordinary trade deals, the agreement with China and the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, the 2 biggest trade deals ever made. They just happened to get done in the same week. These agreements represent a new model of trade for the 21st century, agreements that are fair, reciprocal, and that prioritize the needs of workers and families. America's economic turnaround has been nothing short of spectacular. When I took office 3 years ago, America's economy was in a rather dismal state. Under the previous administration, nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs had vanished. Wages were flat or falling. Almost 5 million more Americans had left the labor force than had gotten jobs, and more than 10 million people had been added to the food stamp rolls. The experts predicted a decade of very, very slow growth, or maybe even negative growth, high unemployment and a dwindling workforce, and very much a shrinking middle class. Millions of hardworking, ordinary citizens felt neglected, betrayed, forgotten. They were rapidly losing faith in the system. Before my presidency began, the outlook for many nations was bleak. Top economists warned of a protracted worldwide recession. The World Bank lowered its projections for global growth to a number that nobody wanted to even think about. Pessimism had taken root deep in the minds of leading thinkers, business leaders, and policymakers. Yet despite all of the cynics, I had never been more confident in America's future. I knew we were on the verge of a profound economic resurgence if we did things right, one that would generate a historic wave of investment, wage growth, and job creation. I knew that if we unleashed the potential of our people, if we cut taxes, slashed regulations, and we did that at a level that's never been done before in the history of our country in a short period of time, fixed broken trade deals and fully tapped American energy, that prosperity would come thundering back at a record speed. And that is exactly what we did, and that is exactly what happened. Since my election, America has gained over 7 million jobs. The projection was 2 million. We did 7, more than 3 times the government's own projections. The unemployment rate is now less than 3.5%, and at 3.5%, that's a number that is the lowest in more than 50 years.
At best, they are ignorant. They're not engineers, they are politicians and ideologues. They're the ones telling you that boys can become girls just by wishing it so, and they've commanded the rest of us to believe that. But unfortunately for them, the principles of social justice do not apply to power grids. You can't just rename them and get something different. No, you have to create new and better power grids. And we are nowhere near that, and we will not be anywhere near that during the course of our lifetimes. Sorry. That's reality, and you cannot yell loud enough to make it change. For the foreseeable future, oil and gas are essential to civilization in an utterly non-negotiable way. And that should be great news for America, because here in the United States, we have a lot. We are rich because we are rich in natural resources. That's why we won the Second World War, for example. When previous generations said, as they often did, that God has blessed our country, this is what they were talking about.
Tonight, authorities are on the scene of a deadly bridge collapse in Clay County, Missouri.
There's more bridge collapses happening every week. Or if you need more evidence that America is in trouble, just look at how one of the village people showed up in East Palestine, Ohio to save the day after the Biden administration allowed Norfolk Southern Railroad to destroy the town by burning deadly chemicals. So do you feel any safer now that Pete Buttigieg showed up in Ohio? I'd feel safer if Barney Fife showed up in Ohio. So this is America right now, where politicians lie right to your face about how good your life is, like Vice President Kamala Harris telling us that the Biden administration has lowered energy prices and put more money in your pocket.
For working families, we have reduced heating and electricity bills, so folks have more money in their pocket to buy things like school supplies, replace the dishwasher, or take a family vacation.
That's a categorical lie. In fact, prices are up dramatically over the past year in every major category. It's gotten so bad that people are sharing new ways to cook food or heat their homes, like this viral video teaching people how to save gas money by instead buying a can of tuna, using the oil in the tuna, light it on fire, and then cook inside or outside your home. Hey, it's cheaper than using natural gas. So this is what we get when the West blows up a cheap gas pipeline to Germany. People burning tuna or turning off their heat altogether. And it's been a very mild winter. The real problem will be winter of next year, when those stockpiles run out and there's no cheap gas to refill them. And America, of course, likes to lecture the world about how to live after we blow up their pipeline. Just walk down the street in any major American city right now and you're going to see their policies in action. Just walk down Kensington Avenue in my hometown of Philadelphia and see the drug addicted stumbling over themselves, falling in the middle of the street, or the tent cities that are just blocks from the White House. But our priorities, of course, are sending $10 billion additionally to Ukraine.
The average unemployment rate from my administration is the lowest for any U.S. president in recorded history. For the first time in decades, we are no longer simply concentrating wealth in the hands of a few. We're concentrating and creating the most inclusive economy ever to exist. We are lifting up Americans of every race, color, religion, and creed. Unemployment rates among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans have all reached record lows. African American youth unemployment has reached the lowest it's ever been in the history of our country. African American poverty has plummeted to the lowest rate ever recorded. The unemployment rate for women reached the lowest level since 1953, and women now comprise a majority of the American workforce. That's for the first time. The unemployment rate for veterans has dropped to a record low. The unemployment rate for disabled Americans has reached an all-time record low. Workers without a high school diploma have achieved the lowest unemployment rate recorded in U.S. history. Wages are rising across the board, and those at the bottom of the income ladder are enjoying the percentage by far largest gains. Workers' wages are now growing faster than management wages. Earnings growth for the bottom 10% is outpacing the top 10%, something that has not happened. Paychecks for high school graduates are rising faster than for college graduates. Young Americans just entering the workforce are also sharing in America's extraordinary prosperity. Since I took office, more than 2 million millennials have gotten jobs, and their wages have grown by nearly 5% annually, a number that was unthinkable.
Yet suddenly, strangely, the United States is suddenly experiencing shortages of both food and energy. And that's why prices of these things have risen, because we don't have enough of them. How did that happen? You should know, if you care about the future of America, your children's future, you need to know how this happened. Well, Joe Biden offered his explanation of how it happened today at an event in Ohio. Watch.
We made incredible progress on the economy from where we were a year and a half ago. We got a long way to go because of inflation, because of I call it the Putin tax increase. Putin, because of gasoline and all that grain he's keeping from being able to get to the market.
It's just embarrassing. It's grotesque, actually. And at this point, it's dangerous. And no one believes a word of it because it's provably untrue. And we feel, since this is a news network, a moral responsibility to prove that it's untrue. So here we go. Months before the war in Ukraine began, and somehow Vladimir Putin secretly seized control of gas prices in the United States. How did he do that? Before any of that happened, the magic happened. Sober people, a petroleum analysis firm called Gas Buddy, decided to do a simple calculation. They wanted to put rising gas prices in context. Here's what they did. Math. They determined every year-over-year price change in gasoline prices in the United States going back to 2002, 20 years. And they found this. From November of 2020 to November of 2021, that would be roughly from Election Day to the end of Joe Biden's first year running the country, gas prices in the United States went up by more than 66%. That was the single highest year-over-year increase since 2002, which happens to be the year that government started tracking those data. Now, this happened before Russia invaded Ukraine. Why did it happen? Super simple. Joe Biden on the campaign trail told us he was like Superman. And then he proceeded to jump off the garage. He told us he was going to end fossil fuels. And because no one took him seriously because he's senile and wasn't actually going to win, no one followed up with, what, are you insane? How are you going to do that? And so he kept going. And then he became president somehow. And then he followed through on that promise. He canceled pipelines. He terminated oil and gas leases. He rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement without explaining why we should. And by the way, if the climate is such a crisis, an existential crisis, and China and India are using more fossil fuels than they did 10 years ago and nobody says anything about it, maybe they're not really sincere about this global warming thing. And then on top of all of that, Joe Biden pumped trillions more dollars into the U.S. economy, thereby devaluing the U.S. dollar, making everything, including energy, more expensive. You know what happened. That's all true. And it was done on purpose. It was done to change our energy supply from what is cheap, efficient, and the source of all of our wealth to something that Biden and his donors control, the green economy that will make us poor, and that is in fact causing famine around the world right now.
A record number of Americans between the ages of 25 and 34 are now working. In the 8 years before I took office, over 300,000 working-age people left the workforce. In just 3 years in my administration, 3.5 million people have joined the workforce. 10 million people have been lifted off welfare in less than 3 years. Celebrating the dignity of work is a fundamental pillar of our agenda. This is a blue-collar boom. Since my election, the net worth of the bottom half of wage earners has increased by plus 47%, 3 times faster than the increase for the top 1%. Real median household income is at the highest level ever recorded. The American dream is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. No one is benefiting more than America's middle class. We have created 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs, a number also unthinkable. After losing 60,000 factories under the previous two administrations, hard to believe when you hear 60,000 factories. America has now gained, in a very short period of time, 12,000 new factories under my administration, and the number is going up rapidly. Years of economic stagnation have given way to a roaring geyser of opportunity. U.S. stock markets have soared by more than 50% since my election, adding more than $19 trillion to household wealth and boosting 401ks, pensions, and college savings accounts for millions of hardworking families. And these great numbers are many things, and it's despite the fact that the Fed has raised rates too fast and lowered them too slowly. And even now, as the United States is by far the strongest economic power in the world, it's not even close. It's a conservative approach, and we have a tremendous upside potential when all of the trade deals and the massive deregulation starts kicking in, which will be during this year, especially toward the end of the year. Those trade deals are starting to kick in already. The regulations are kicking in right now. And I see such tremendous potential for the future. We have not even started, because the numbers we're talking about are massive. The time for skepticism is over. People are flowing back into our country. Companies are coming back into our country. Many of you who I know are coming back in with your plants and your factories. Thank you very much. America's newfound prosperity is undeniable, unprecedented, and unmatched anywhere in the world. America achieved this stunning turnaround not by making minor changes to a handful of policies, but by adopting a whole new approach centered entirely on the well-being of the American worker. Every decision we make on taxes, trade, regulation, energy, immigration, education, and more is focused on improving the lives of everyday Americans. We are determined to create the highest standard of living that anyone can imagine.
So that's what happened. As a political matter, since this is still sort of a democracy, it happened way too fast and scared the hell out of people, and polls showed that. Democrats and Republicans, no matter who they voted for, were worried above all about rising energy prices because it hurt them directly every single day. And by the time Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, the Biden administration had found a scapegoat. Maybe that's why they encouraged him to do it in the first place, which they did. So Joe Biden started yelling, "It's Putin's price hike. Putin did it." But it's so dumb. It's so provably untrue that no one believed it. Even people who wanted to believe it, people who voted for Biden, who want windmills and solar farms, they couldn't believe it because it's absurd. And in an election year, that's a huge problem. So the administration had to do something. That's why, in late March, in an act of desperation, Biden did maybe the worst thing that he has done since becoming president, and that's saying a lot. He started to sell off one of this country's most important natural resources, one of our most valuable assets. It's called the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the SPR. It's controlled by the Department of Energy. So what Biden could have done is produce more oil domestically, but that would have been too easy and too good for the United States and its long-term interests. Instead, he decided to do something so crazy and so dangerous that only someone who was intentionally trying to harm the United States would even consider it. But most people never even noticed. Here was his announcement, in case you missed it.
Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on the American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. Our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have a more oil supply right now. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels for the strategic from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history.
So you watch that and you realize really the whole point of the Joe Biden presidency is to humiliate the rest of us and think less of our own country, the place where we were born. You can just imagine Barack Obama and Susan Rice and Ron Klain, people who truly dislike the United States as currently constituted, saying, let's make this guy president. That'll grind it in their face, a guy who can barely talk.
And right now, that's what we're doing for our workers, the highest in the world. And we're determined to ensure that the working and middle class reap the largest gains. A nation's highest duty is to its own citizens. Honoring this truth is the only way to build faith and confidence in the market system. Only when governments put their own citizens first will people be fully invested in their national futures. In the United States, we are building an economy that works for everyone, restoring the bonds of love and loyalty that unite citizens and powers nations. Today, I hold up the American model as an example to the world of a working system of free enterprise that will produce the most benefits for the most people in the 21st century and beyond. A pro-worker, pro-citizen, pro-family agenda demonstrates how a nation can thrive when its communities, its companies, its government, and its people work together for the good of the whole nation. As part of this new vision, we passed the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history. We doubled the child tax credit, benefiting 40 million American families, and lifting 650,000 single mothers and their 1 million children out of poverty, and out of poverty quickly. We passed the first ever tax credit for employers who provide paid paternal leave for employees earning $72,000 or less annually, and passed paid family leave for government employees as a model for the country. We made child care much more affordable and reduced or eliminated child care wait lists all across the nation. Our child care reforms are supporting working parents and ensuring their children have access to high-quality care and education, all of which they very much deserve. We lowered our business tax from the highest in the developed world down to one that's not only competitive, but one of the lower taxes. We created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones in distressed communities where capital gains on long-term investments are now taxed at zero, and tremendous wealth is pouring into areas that for 100 years saw nothing. The 35 million Americans who live in these areas have already seen their home values rise by more than $22 billion. My administration has also made historic investments in historically black colleges and universities. We're removing roadblocks to success and rewarding businesses that invest in workers, families, and communities. We've also launched the most ambitious campaign in history to reduce job-killing regulations. For every new regulation adopted, we are removing 8 old regulations, which will save an average of American households about $3,100 per year. It was going to be for everyone. We do 2, but we were able to lift that to 8, and we think that's going to go quite a bit higher. We still have a way to go.
So this week we saw a major turn in the effort to draw Russia and China into an armed conflict with NATO forces, and major revelations that the United States is actively lying about both Russia and China, in fact, admitting that they're lying, which we'll get to in a minute. But first, President Biden flying into Ukraine under the dark of night last week, instead of flying to East Palestine, Ohio. Here he pledges more money and aid to Vladimir Zelensky and the corrupt Ukrainian government. And then he told the world his NATO intentions, which is that if China and Russia start getting too close to NATO, we'll fight back.
And every member of NATO knows it. And Russia knows it as well. An attack against one is an attack against all.
Hilarious. If you get too close to us, you literally just built 6 new military bases on China's doorstep, and you're using American-made weapons to attack Russia. These are the United States and NATO bases surrounding China at the moment. Could you imagine if this was the Gulf of Mexico and China, and Russia had bases on every little island they could find? The hypocrisy is so strong you can cut it with a knife.
So it's hard to hear anything Joe Biden says because it's hard for him to say anything. But if you listen carefully or read a transcript, you will learn what he just said is that we're releasing 1 million barrels per day for a total of more than 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is held in caverns in a couple of states. How much is that? It's a staggering figure. So let's put it in context. The reserve can hold more than 700 million barrels total, but it didn't have that because Congress, by the way, as you haven't been paying attention, has been selling off our Strategic Petroleum Reserve to pay off debt. So by the time Joe Biden arrived, there was far less than that. There was about 568 million barrels of oil in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, no president in American history has ordered a drawdown this large. In 1991, at the beginning of Operation Desert Storm, which was an actual war with real American soldiers involved, the U.S. government released 17 million barrels of oil as a way of assuring a stable supply of global crude. The U.S. released just 20 million barrels after Hurricane Katrina destroyed parts of the Gulf Coast where so many refineries are. But now, we're releasing many times that figure from the reserve all to protect the Democratic Party from getting what it deserves in the midterm elections in November. And as a result of that unbelievably reckless, in fact, criminal decision, our strategic oil reserves are now at their lowest level in nearly 40 years, and they are dropping fast. Again, none of this needed to happen. There was no reason to tap our strategic petroleum reserve when we could produce the energy here, and we're in fact producing it until Joe Biden took office.
Today, I urge other nations to follow our example and liberate your citizens from the crushing weight of bureaucracy. With that, you have to run your own countries the way you want. We are also restoring the constitutional rule of law in America, which is essential to our economy, our liberty, and our future. And that's why we've appointed over 190 federal judges, a record, to interpret the law as written. 190 federal judges, think of that, and 2 Supreme Court judges. As a result of our efforts, investment is pouring into our country. In the first half of 2019, the United States attracted nearly 1/4 of all foreign direct investment in the world. Think of that, 25% of all foreign investment all over the world came into the United States, and that number is increasing rapidly. To every business looking for a place where they are free to invest, build, thrive, innovate, and succeed, there is no better place on earth than the United States. As a central part of our commitment to building an inclusive society, we established the National Council for the American Worker. We want every citizen, regardless of age or background, to have the cutting-edge skills to compete and succeed in tomorrow's workplace. This includes critical industries like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and 5G. Under Ivanka's leadership, who's with us today, our pledge to America's workers has become a full-blown national movement with over 400 companies committing to provide new job and training opportunities to already very close to 15 million American students and workers. 15 million. America is making sweeping changes to place workers and their families at the center of our national agenda.
So we know that the NATO red line is not really about Russia, it's about China. It's about America's fading power in the world. And we learned this week that the United States and NATO just rolled out a new propaganda program as we prepare for a war with China. A new report lays out how the United States, along with Five Eyes nations and Japan, are launching a new propaganda and information war against China. In this report, Vice Admiral Kelly Osbach, commander of the Naval Information Forces. Did you know that the Navy had an informational forces? They do, because we need a lot of propaganda. He went on the record with a reporter and explains how the United States is actively spreading lies about China. That China is somehow now delivering weapons to Ukraine to help Russia. It's laughable, it's fake news. But they're trying to create the story based on no evidence. Here's Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield telling CNN that this is our new red line against China.
China should not get involved in this war in the sense of providing lethal weapons to the Russians. That it would be a game changer.
So suddenly all of these threats against China about them putting weapons inside of Ukraine for Russia? So where did all of this come from? It came from the same place all of that fake China balloon propaganda came from, that were being attacked by Chinese balloons. It turns out they were kids' hobbyist balloons. But that doesn't matter, because a lie can travel halfway around the world before truth has a chance to put on its pants.
Perhaps the most transformative change of all is on trade reform, where we're addressing chronic problems that have been ignored, tolerated, or enabled for decades. Our leaders did nothing about what happened to us on trade. Before I was elected, China's predatory practices were undermining trade for everyone. But no one did anything about it except allow it to keep getting worse and worse and worse. Under my leadership, America confronted the problem head on. Under our new Phase 1 agreement, Phase 2 is starting negotiations very shortly. China has agreed to substantially do things that they would not have done, measures to protect intellectual property, stop forced technology transfers, remove trade barriers and agricultural goods and on agricultural goods where we were treated so badly, open its financial sector totally, that's done, and maintain a stable currency, all backed by very, very strong enforcement Our relationship with China right now has probably never been better. We went through a very rough patch, but it's never, ever been better. My relationship with President Xi is an extraordinary one. He's for China, I'm for the U.S., but other than that, we love each other. Additionally, China will spend an additional $200 billion over 2 years on American services, agriculture and energy, and manufactured goods. So we'll be taking in excess of $200 billion, could be closer to $300 billion when it finishes. But these achievements would not have been possible without the implementation of tariffs, which we had to use, and we're using them on others too. And that is why most of our tariffs on China will remain in place during the Phase 2 negotiations. For the most part, the tariffs have been left, and we're being paid billions and billions of dollars a year as a country.
But at the same time, you have to be honest, principles of supply and demand would suggest that this would work in the short term. Releasing all this oil should have lowered gas prices until the reserve ran out, which it will. So you inject more petroleum into the market and prices for gas should drop. But here's the amazing thing. That's not happening. Since Joe Biden started releasing all this oil from our reserves, which he does not own, you do, we do, what has happened to gas prices? They haven't dropped. They've kept going up. Huh? In mid-June, the price of both regular unleaded and diesel, critically, hit all-time highs, well over $5 a gallon nationally. How could this be? It really was a mystery. It violated the most basic rules of economics. But now, thanks to a new report in Reuters, we know why. It turns out the oil being released isn't for us. It's going to India and China. According to Reuters, and we're quoting, more than 5 million barrels of oil that were part of a historic U.S. emergency reserve release to lower domestic fuel prices were exported to Europe and Asia last month. The piece continues, quote, cargoes of SPR crude, oil from our reserves, were also headed to the Netherlands and to a Reliance refinery in India, an industry source said. A third cargo, buckle your seatbelt, headed to China. To China. So as gas prices set records in this country, as American citizens who are born here and vote and pay taxes cannot afford to fuel their own cars, the Biden administration is selling off our emergency oil reserves to China. That's not an indictable offense. It's certainly an impeachable one. And they should impeach him for that. Are they going to sell the redwood forest to China next? How about the water rights to the Great Lakes? That's the equivalent of what he just did.
As I mentioned earlier, we ended the NAFTA disaster, one of the worst trade deals ever made, not even close, and replaced it with the incredible new trade deal, the USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada. In the nearly 25 years after NAFTA, the United States lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs, including nearly 1 in 4 vehicle manufacturing jobs. The NAFTA agreement exemplified the decades-long failures of the international trading system. The agreement shifted wealth to the hands of a few, promoted massive outsourcing, drove down wages, and shuttered plants and factories by the thousands. The plants would leave our country, make the product, sell it into our country. We ended up with no jobs and no taxes, but buy other countries' product. That doesn't happen anymore. This is the wreckage that I was elected to clean up. It's probably the reason I ran for president more than any other thing, because I couldn't understand why we were losing all of these jobs to other countries at such a rapid rate. And it got worse and worse, and I think it's probably the primary reason that I ran. But there are other reasons also. And to replace with a new system that puts workers before the special interests, and the special interests will do just fine, but the workers come first. Our brand new USMCA is the result of the broadest coalition ever assembled for a trade agreement. Manufacturing, agriculture, and labor all strongly endorsed the deal. It shows how to solve the 21st century challenge we all face, protecting intellectual property, expanding digital trade, reshoring lost jobs, and ensuring rising wages and living standards.
Now, as Caitlin Johnstone explains, one significant recent instance of the United States government's acknowledged use of information warfare was when U.S. officials told NBC News that the U.S. government has been deliberately circulating unsubstantiated fake information to Western news media as part of an information war against Russia. They admitted this.
We start this hour with the U.S. using intelligence to fight an information war and doing it to Russia for months now, and it's working. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney live in Washington. Ken, I want to start by giving people an example of what this is so they know what we're talking about. Take a look.
They're also suggesting that Ukraine has biological and chemical weapons in Ukraine. That's a clear sign he's considering using both of those.
So that was a total lie, and NBC News was telling us about that. Guys, you're watching the United States actively looking for its next fake Colin Powell moment where he holds up a small vial of chemical weapons and says that Saddam Hussein is using this stuff to justify a war in Iraq. And not to be outdone, the Wall Street Journal also got in on the intelligence propaganda by publishing a piece that came straight out of the deep state with this headline: Chinese drones still support Russia's war in Ukraine, trade data shows. Oh, so China is sending drones to Ukraine to help Russia? The answer is no, they're not. In fact, buried deep within the Wall Street Journal piece, they even admit the lie. But you'd have to read all the way down to the end of the article to find the truth.
We've been so successful that the United States no longer needs to import energy from hostile nations. With an abundance of American natural gas now available, our European allies no longer have to be vulnerable to unfriendly energy suppliers either. We urge our friends in Europe to use America's vast supply and achieve true energy security. With U.S. companies and researchers leading the way, we are on the threshold of virtually unlimited reserves of energy, including from traditional fuels, LNG, clean coal, next-generation nuclear power, and gas hydrate technologies. At the same time, I'm proud to report the United States is among the cleanest air and drinking water on Earth, and we're going to keep it that way. And we just came out with a report that at this moment, it's the cleanest it's been in the last 40 years. We're committed to conserving the majesty of God's creation and the natural beauty of our world. Today, I'm pleased to announce the United States will join 1 Trillion Trees initiative being launched here at the World Economic Forum. 1 trillion trees. And in doing so, we will continue to show strong leadership in restoring, growing, and better managing our trees and our forests.
Now, if you're keeping track, they didn't even need it. China and India already have access to very cheap oil from Russia. Why? Thanks to the Biden administration's lunatic ban on Russian oil imports. For moral reasons, it was a moral victory. The people of Ukraine, remember that? Zelensky, he was George Washington, said George W. Bush. You wouldn't know George Washington if he got in the shower with him. According to customs data, China spent $19 billion on Russian oil, gas, and coal earlier this year. That's double the amount they spent over the same period last year. India spent $5 billion on Russian oil. That's up 5 times from what they spent a year ago. So we just made Russia a ton of money. That's why the ruble is so strong, as the dollar's getting weaker. Russia has raked in $13 billion in additional revenue from India and China compared to the same period last year. Following all this? This is how we're punishing our enemies? By selling off our own most valuable assets? And watching Russia and India and, my God, China get richer? Now, on top of all of that cheap Russian oil, China is getting petroleum from our emergency petroleum reserves. The crude, by the way, in the SPR is the best crude that we have. It's called medium sour crude. It's the easiest to process. And we're giving it away to a government whose whole goal is to displace us on the global stage and crush us.
This is not a time for pessimism. This is a time for optimism. Fear and doubt is not a good thought process, because this is a time for tremendous hope and joy and optimism and action. But to embrace the possibilities of tomorrow, we must reject the perennial prophets of doom and their predictions of the apocalypse. They are the heirs of yesterday's foolish fortune tellers, and I have them, and you have them, and we all have them. And they want to see us do badly, but we don't let that happen. They predicted an overpopulation crisis in the 1960s, mass starvation in the 70s, and an end of oil in the 1990s. These alarmists always demand the same thing: absolute power to dominate, transform, and control every aspect of our lives. We will never let radical socialists destroy our economy, wreck our country, or eradicate our liberty. America will always be the proud, strong, and unyielding bastion of freedom. In America, we understand what the pessimists refuse to see: that a growing and vibrant market economy focused on the future lifts the human spirit and excites creativity strong enough to overcome any challenge by far. The great scientific breakthroughs of the 20th century, from penicillin to high-yield wheat to modern transportation and breakthrough vaccines, have lifted living standards and saved billions of lives around the world, and we're continuing to work on things that you'll be hearing about in the near future, that even today, sitting here right now, you wouldn't believe it's possible that we have found the answers. You'll be hearing about it, but we have found answers to things that people said would not be possible, certainly not in a very short period of time. But the wonders of the last century will pale in comparison to what today's young innovators will achieve, because they are doing things that nobody thought even feasible to begin. We continue to embrace technology, not to shun it. When people are free to innovate, millions will live longer, happier, healthier lives. For 3 years now, America has shown the world that the path to a prosperous future begins with putting workers first, choosing growth, and freeing entrepreneurs to bring their dreams to life. For anyone who doubts what is possible in the future, we need only look at the towering achievements of the past.
The Chinese will be cruel masters when they run the world. They're not like us at all. By the way, that country, China, also happens to be a longtime business partner of the Biden family. Now, for what? Having a phone call with some corrupt Ukrainian politician? But no, they can't be bothered. They're still yelping about January 6th was an insurrection. They're trying to ban your hunting rifle. So the White House is able to ignore the whole thing. Here's Joe Biden's glass ceiling breaking publicist just yesterday.
There's a Reuters report out this morning that says that more than 5 million barrels of oil that were released from the emergency oil reserves were exported to Europe and Asia last month, and some of it reportedly was actually heading to China. Is the administration aware of those reports? And does the president mind that some of this oil that was meant to ease pain for consumers is headed overseas?
I have not seen that report, so I would honestly have to go look into it and see what the truth is in that statement that you just laid out, and see exactly what's happening. I just have not seen that report.
How can someone that dumb be that arrogant? Or is there actually a connection between dumbness and arrogance? Probably so. But if someone asks you in the White House briefing, oh, by the way, is the U.S. government selling our strategic petroleum reserve to our main enemy in the middle of a gas shortage? You probably should have an answer, or at least seem embarrassed that you don't. It's a very simple question. Why does customs data show that we are sending millions of barrels of oil to China? Huh? It's been 24 hours since that briefing. We still don't have an answer. And of course, that tells you what's really going on here. This is not a mistake. It's intentional. As if to make that as obvious as possible, over the weekend, Joe Biden's communications staff tweeted this out under his name. Quote, "My message to the companies running gas stations and setting prices at the pump is simple. This is a time of war and global peril. Bring down the price you are charging at the pump to reflect the cost you're paying for the product, and do it now." What, is like nationalizing the gas stations? So he's attacking small businesses in the United States. Running a gas station is not a profitable gig. It's not like running Apple or being a private equity baron or doing any of the things that Joe Biden's donors do. It's not like being Nancy Pelosi, who somehow got super rich. How'd that happen? No, it's a small business. So he's blaming them as he sells our national assets to our enemy. So no one with a basic understanding of economics can pretend to justify what that tweet says. It's just too stupid. Even CNN wouldn't swallow it. Watch.
Christine, it's like there's a bad smell in the room and the president is just pointing to the dog.
Yeah. I mean, but look, this is a real problem for the White House, because people put gas in their car all the time and they're feeling this pain. They say there's so many factors at play. It's not like you can just lower the price of gas, with waving a magic wand. The president was talking about the people who sell the gas. The 145,000 gas stations are independently owned. They're small businesses, essentially, and they have higher margins on their candy bars that they sell than they do on their gas.
Well, exactly, and that's literally true. They make more on a Snickers bar on a percentage basis than they do from a gallon of diesel fuel. But we may be blaming the wrong people here. Karine Jean-Pierre? Please. She has no idea what's actually going on. She just reads from the binder, barely reads, whatever. They have to workshop sound bites like Putin's price hike. All right, they're not making any decisions. People who are making decisions are former Obama staffers like Brian Deese. He runs the National Economic Council. He's Joe Biden's top economic advisor. You can thank him. We should put his picture on the screen more often.
So together we must go forward with confidence, determination, and vision. We must not be timid or meek or fearful, but instead we must boldly seize the day and embrace the moment. We have so many great leaders in this room, not only business leaders, but leaders of nations. And some are doing such a fantastic job. We work together very closely. We will draw strength from the glories of the past, and we will make greatness our common mission for the future. Together, we will make our nations stronger, our countries safer, our culture richer, our people freer, and the world more beautiful than ever before. Above all else, we will forever be loyal to our workers, our citizens, and our families, the men and women who are the backbone of our economies, the heart of our communities, and the soul of our countries. Let us bring light to their lives one by one and empower them to light up the world. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless your countries, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you very much.
On Thursday, he told us accidentally maybe what's actually going on, why the Biden administration is deliberately sabotaging the United States by crushing our energy supply for the benefit of China. Watch this.
Well, what do you say to those families who say, listen, we can't afford to pay $4.85 a gallon for months, if not years. This is just not sustainable.
Well, what you heard from the president today was a clear articulation of the stakes. This is about the future of the liberal world order, and we have to stand firm.
Yeah, we've got to stand firm. The liberal world order. How's that working for you, by the way? Is there anybody who is happier because of it, except for people like that? No. But they don't care, because you will own nothing and be happy. What they didn't tell you was that China will own everything, including our oil supply. Wait till they come for the Great Lakes.
Then warmonger Anthony Blinken accusing China of getting ready to send all kinds of lethal weapons to Ukraine, he said this week. Then the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin fired back at a press conference shortly after Blinken made those comments, saying that the United States is in no position to be accusing anyone of pouring arms into a war. Ouch. The truth hurts. So you're being set up and you're being lied to. That's what's happening. This week, Putin gave a large speech laying out how the West uses lies and propaganda to cover up its NATO expansion.
И здесь опять лгут постоянно, извращают исторические факты.
The Putin speech was actually pretty astonishing. You should all watch the full thing if you want some context, because they'll never show it to you in Western television at all. My favorite example of this is when State Department spokesman Ned Price was telling all of us that Putin was hiring actors to create a movie where it would show a massacre occurring as justification for his war in Ukraine. And journalist Matt Lee isn't having any of it and demands to see the evidence of all of this. Watch him squirm.
One, the actions I've just pointed to. The fact that Russia continues to engage in disinformation campaigns.
You made an allegation that they might do that. Have they actually done it?
What we know, Matt, is what I have just said. That they.
Of course, they can't produce any evidence of this because they invented it. It's a lie. This is a desperate act by a desperate Western hegemony, which is quickly in decline. This week, we learned that energy resources being delivered from Russia to China have dramatically increased, including natural gas, oil, and uranium. So this partnership is now stronger than ever thanks to our bumbling lies and our failures of diplomacy. We are losing, and it's starting to show up in much bigger ways as we head into next winter.
We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict.
What does it take to be a great salesman? Well, it helps to have sharp communication skills, but at a minimum, you need to believe in the product that you're selling. So how does America's chief salesman measure up?
Systemic racism is a stain on our nation's soul. Her veins bulging, preaching the same hate, white supremacy, chanting the same Nazi phrases. Lynching is pure terror. Lynched for simply being black. And some people still want to do that.
Which people want to do that still, Joe? I mean, if only America could sue him for defamation, and Biden's lieutenants would be named as co-defendants.
America has a long history of systemic racism. It is a problem for every American.
The president and the vice president ran on a very ambitious agenda, unwinding systemic racism.
We know we have work to do at home. That includes addressing profound inequities, including systemic racism.
With those endorsements, what foreign leader wouldn't want to follow us? Now, for over a year, the Biden administration has been trying to rally the world to join the efforts to sanction Russia for its invasion of Ukraine.
We built a coalition of nations from the Atlantic to the Pacific, NATO to the Atlantic, Japan and the Pacific. I mean, across the world.
But it turns out that few countries outside of Europe really care about what Biden says or does about Ukraine. They don't. The Washington Post today is reporting that the global divide on the Ukraine war is deepening, not shrinking. The world is far from united on the issues raised by the Ukraine war. The conflict has exposed a deep global divide and the limits of U.S. influence over rapidly shifting world order. Evidence abounds that the effort to isolate Putin has failed. Well, these facts are devastating. Since the invasion, our ally India has allowed its trade with Russia to grow by 400%. And 9 countries in Africa and the Middle East visited the Russian foreign minister in recent weeks. But wait, the Biden people are going to say, well, wait, Ingram Angle, 141 out of 193 UN countries voted to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Wait a second. Here's the rub. Only 33 countries have imposed sanctions on Russia, and only a similar number are sending lethal aid to Ukraine.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. Their victories have not been your victories. Their triumphs have not been your triumphs. And while they celebrated in our nation's capital, there was little to celebrate for struggling families all across our land. That all changes starting right here and right now because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you.
No wonder Putin's GDP is projected to be higher than ours next year. To put it all in perspective, the Post notes that one well-respected survey estimates that 2/3 of the world's population lives in countries that have not condemned Russia's move into Ukraine. Wait a second. Wasn't Mr. Experience on the world stage and the unabashed globalist Joe Biden supposed to make things better for everyone? Well, the truth is, for decades, our elites have advanced policies that have made China stronger, made China richer, and thus more influential in the world. And these same policies have made America weaker and less influential in the world. And on top of all that, Democrats and the left have spent a lot of time and energy arguing that our system was built on racism and on evil, and that about half the country, because they voted for Trump, is racist and evil. Now, when they said all that, when they did all that, what did they think was going to happen? You do horrible damage to the strongest economy in the world with these idiotic trade policies. You refer to your own fellow citizens as white supremacists, super MAGA, far-right Christian nationalists. You even compare parents to domestic terrorists. You keep repeating the nonsense that democracy is under attack, and you expect that the world is going to rally to us and then say, yeah, let's follow those guys into another war. Iraq and Afghanistan were such resounding successes. Well, the former Indian Foreign Secretary, Kanwal Sibal, put it this way. The rest of the world genuinely sees this as a European war. They do not see a global conflict or the way it's presented by the West. And then there's South Africa. Now remember, we're their biggest post-apartheid foreign investor, so one would think that South Africa is on our side in Ukraine, right? Well, after initially claiming to be neutral on the war, they're currently, right now, conducting military drills with both Russia and China. Now, this was after the Biden administration sent a formal warning to South Africa after we suspected one of their companies of funneling ammunition to Russia. By the way, the South African defense minister didn't even bother replying to our warning. Now, what does it say about the Biden administration that they can't even get their phone calls returned?
It belongs to everyone gathered here today and everyone watching all across America. This is your day. This is your celebration. And this, the United States of America, is your country. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. Everyone is listening to you now. You came by the tens of millions to become part of a historic movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before.
Now, to use a favorite word of Biden's, look, resentment toward America, that's nothing new. But what is new is that we now have a White House that resents America, too. When the U.S. has a strong economy, a powerful military, and a proud America First president, the rest of the world is forced to pay attention whether they like us or not. Unfortunately, now, they're just paying us lip service.
So can you guys start to see what's actually taking place right now? So everything that Trump was doing with tariffs on China, with how he was taxing these other foreign countries, was all to make the United States the richest and the most prosperous nation in the world. And we're going to jump into Trump's newest clip. And the fact that Fox News isn't in every news outlet, like the deep state hates Trump so bad that the Biden administration is so catastrophically horrible, but they can't compare it. Like, they won't even go, you know what? Why don't we go back to Trump's policies? Why don't we go back to what Trump did? Every single news media outlet in the world could be just slamming the Bidens and showcasing what a great president Trump was versus what a horrible president Biden is, and how everything that Trump did put America first. And that's what I'm trying to do for you guys. So anytime you guys see these videos, feel free. There's a clip button on YouTube right down below the video. Hit clip and go in there and grab a few minute section and then upload it on your channel, or screen record my videos. You guys can steal my content. You guys have full permission to use it. You know, if you like 30 seconds or you like 2 minutes of this speech, clip it out, record it, and re-upload it to your channel and tag it something different. Like, just let's flood the system with so much Trump content that nobody can deny what a great man this is. Let's play this clip really quick because you're going to hear, like, this is what a president sounds like. And what Joe Biden has done to this country is it's going to take us a really, really long time to recover from this. But Trump has a game plan, and any other politician who thinks that they can do what Trump can do, or anybody that thinks that they understand the deep state and how the United States is getting screwed over by every other nation more than Trump, and that's exactly what they did. Everything Joe Biden has done has sucked money out of your 401k, it has sucked money out of your bank account, and it has funneled it into the richest and the wealthiest corporations in the world. And these corporations are also now allowing foreign nationalists to get on the board of directors on American companies. So we could, in theory, have a complete terrorist in another country that just hasn't been exposed yet, and that terrorist could be on the board of directors at Fox News. And we know that Paul Ryan, you ever want to know why Fox News isn't talking more about Trump? Because Paul Ryan, the rat rhino that was on the board of directors at Fox. It absolutely makes you sick. Now listen to the fact that every media outlet in the world is not playing this video right here should tell you everything you need to know. With what our country is failing faster than we've ever seen before, and there's only one man that can save it, and his name's Donald Trump.
Claims to support American manufacturing, but in reality, he's pushing the same pro-China globalist agenda that ripped the industrial heart out of our country. It ripped us apart. Biden and the globalists support raising taxes on American production. They support more crippling regulations killing American jobs. They support skyrocketing domestic energy costs. And they support massive anti-American multinational agreements that send our wealth and factories overseas. Very simply, the Biden agenda taxes America to build up China. China is the big beneficiary. We cannot let that happen. And just a couple of years ago, it wasn't happening. China paid to the United States hundreds of billions of dollars, and no other president got 10 cents, legitimately 10 cents from China. My agenda will tax China to build up America. The heart of my vision is a sweeping pro-American overhaul of our tax and trade policy to move from the Biden system that punishes domestic producers and rewards outsourcers to a system that rewards domestic production and taxes foreign companies and those who export American jobs. They will be rewarded and rewarded greatly, and our country will benefit. To achieve this goal, we will phase in a system of universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products. On top of this, higher tariffs will increase incrementally depending on how much individual foreign countries devalue their currency. They devalue their currency to take advantage of the United States, and they subsidize their industries or otherwise engage in trade cheating and abuse. And they do it now like never before, and we had it largely stopped, and it was going to be stopped completely within less than a year. As tariffs on foreign producers go up, taxes on American producers will go down and go down very substantially, and that means a lot of jobs coming in. Not only will this system end our gaping trade deficits, and they are massive right now, and bring back millions of American jobs, it will also bring trillions and trillions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury from foreign countries and allow us to invest that money in American workers, American families, and American communities. This plan will be the linchpin of a new strategic national manufacturing initiative that builds on my historic success in ending NAFTA, which was a tremendous thing, a tremendous achievement. Nobody thought it could be done. And we did USMCA, US, Mexico, Canada, and it was an incredible thing. But we're also going to end other unfair trade deals, and we'll end them quickly. In addition, as a matter of both economic and national security, I will implement a bold series of reforms to completely eliminate dependence on China in all critical areas. We will revoke China's most favored nation trade status and adopt a 4-year plan to phase out all Chinese imports of essential goods, everything from electronics to steel to pharmaceuticals. This will include strong protections to ensure China cannot circumvent restrictions by passing goods through conduit countries, countries that don't make a product, but all of a sudden they're selling a lot of product. It comes right through China, right out of China, and right into our country. We will also adopt new rules to stop U.S. companies from pouring investments into China and to stop China from buying up America, allowing all of those investments that clearly serve American interests. We're not going to allow bad things to happen to our country anymore, and we will eliminate federal contracts for any company that outsources to China. Biden will never get the job done. He is weak on China because the corrupt Biden family has received millions and millions of dollars from entities tied to the Chinese Communist Party. Everybody knows that. They try and hide it, and the fake news doesn't want to talk about it. Biden's pro-China economic program puts America last, and it's killing our country. My cutting-edge trade agenda will revitalize our economy by once again putting America first. And by the way, we'll get along very well with China. And you know what the reason is? They'll respect us again like they did just 2 years ago. We will quickly become a manufacturing powerhouse like the world has never seen before. Thank you very much.
Does it all make sense now? Are you guys really starting to see what's at stake here and what Trump's fighting for? Why is Fox News and every other mainstream media outlet not talking about that speech? Why? Because Paul Ryan is on the board at Fox. So you're going to get force-fed DeSantis over and over and over again. It's embarrassing. It's disgusting. And everybody should be calling out Fox News for not promoting Trump. You see a DeSantis video, call him out. Tell him to wait his turn. Even if you like DeSantis, the message needs to be DeSantis needs to wait his turn. We don't need to get force-fed DeSantis. And what is DeSantis going to do? It's going to divide us. And that's all they want to do. They want us fighting over DeSantis and Trump so that they can, create more headline news instead of actually sitting here and talking about what a great president Trump was and teaching the entire world, especially America, what a great man Trump was and how great his policies were and how Trump was booming. Like, all these other presidents spend money. They spend money. And America makes nothing. Trump was literally taxing every other country, trillion. So when Trump was president, America was making $1 trillion per year just off tariffs and taxing these foreign companies that were importing products into the United States. Right now, America is at $1 trillion trade deficit, at the very least $1 trillion. So we don't have the $300 billion. Trump was literally taxing China $300 billion a year. And what did Biden do? He ripped up that trade agreement. Why would you rip up a trade agreement for America where China is paying America $300 billion a year? Can anybody explain that? So you wonder why China's funding Joe Biden and the Penn Biden Center and taking classified documents and giving Hunter, when a Chinese spy got busted in America, guess who they called to be their attorney? They called Hunter Biden. A Chinese spy was represented by Hunter Biden as his attorney. How disgusting is that? I mean, it makes you sick to your stomach, doesn't it? And we had these J6 political prisoners. If you guys are going to be in DC, we have a big, they're calling it a block party on March 1st outside the DC jail. So if you guys are going to be there, we're going to be shooting a music video. So if you guys want to be extras in the music video, make sure you guys wear your MAGA gear. Get yourself a MAGA hat and come join us outside the DC jail. We're going to start I think this party's going to start at 5 p.m. And I mean, there's going to be hopefully thousands of people there. We're going to show these political prisoners that they are not forgotten, that they are American patriots, and God bless them. And the fact that they're still fighting and still in that gulag being held against, as political prisoners is absolutely disgusting. Because now, knowing what you know now, if J6 happened again, would you be at the Capitol protesting? I think every single last one of us, if Trump loses, somehow magically doesn't win the primaries or doesn't win one of these elections, our country's going down. And that's what they want. They want complete civil war. And they want it to happen over an election so that they can come in with military troops and do exactly what they did in Brazil and Ukraine and every other country where the U.S. government and the CIA were involved with staging a coup. So we need to fight for Trump, and we need to not let the mainstream media divide us. Yeah, we need to get FEMA back helping American people instead of Ukraine. the corrupt administration is helping everyone else but America. And it's so overwhelmingly obvious. The fact that everybody can't see it, and the fact that everybody isn't, you know, going back and actually studying Trump's videos. Because like I said, guys, I wasn't a MAGA. I wasn't a, you know, I wasn't at J6. If I knew what I knew now, I would have been. And I'm almost like blessed that I wasn't, you know, I wasn't red pilled then. My eyes were not, I wasn't fully awake. I didn't understand, you know, when people talked about the election, I was like, yeah, like, that's not possible for them to rig it. Like, come on now. It's just, you know, and now that once I started to see the proof and how much evidence there was, and the fact that nobody's even looked into it. It wasn't like there was an investigation done by the FBI, anybody, the cops, nobody. And the results of that were, we went through the evidence, there was no evidence. It was, you guys don't have, so when you file a charge for fraud, you have to be able to say, hey, here's the proof. We want to open this case because we have proof. Well, in order to have proof, they needed an investigation to happen. But since the investigation hadn't happened, they said, well, you don't have the proof, so we're dismissing these charges, and they just threw them out. Yeah, Charles, and the D machines. No doubt, man. Check out Red Pill Tyson James. You got it, Natalie. Send me, anytime you guys find good YouTubers or creators, please send me links over on Twitter. Please and thank you. Yeah, our inflation is a conjunction with the petrodollar. The death of the petrodollar and foreign nations dumping U.S. bonds and treasuries is why insane inflation it is. And it's all by design. And you even hear Trump was like, you guys know how great the economy was? And what was Trump doing? Trump was doing that while the Fed was quantitative tightening. And then as soon as Trump got out of office, what did they do? They started quantitative easing as soon as Biden got in. So the economy was absolutely booming. I mean, new all-time high, and everybody kept saying it's going to crash, it's going to crash. Well, the globalists were predicting a recession back in 2017. When Trump took office, they were trying to force us into a recession so the globalists and elite could buy up everything. And Trump had the United States a powerhouse. Yep. Hollis says, I've been red-pilled since 9/11. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. You know, you watch those old documentaries and stuff like that, and you're like, okay, this is just a conspiracy theory. That's a really well-edited video, not really realizing how accurate those videos were. It just blows my mind that we're sitting here letting our country get taken over by, what, a handful of corrupt criminals? How many of them are there? There's like literally 500 corrupt politicians that are destroying our country, and there's 350 million of us sitting by watching it happen. Yeah, look into BRICS. No doubt, Frank. We've looked into it. Yeah, once Saudi. But here's the thing, right? And that's what you just heard Trump say in his last video. Like, the United States doesn't need any other country, period. We could literally shut off imports from every other country importing into America. We could turn America into a factory powerhouse where we produce everything ourselves. And all you have to do is do proper regulations and do proper tax incentives for these companies to build those businesses in America. And it's a wrap. We can produce everything here. We don't need their water. We don't need their farmland. We don't need their oil. We need nothing from the rest of the world, period. So we can lock them out, make America great again, and every single citizen in this country will be just like Dubai, right? Dubai pays their citizens to live in Dubai. Why? Because their government is making so much money. They want to take care of their citizens. Like, Trump was going to make America so great. Your 401k would be through the roof. This economic collapse, we weren't going into an economic collapse. Why? Because, yeah, MAGA party, Bryson Gray is off the hook. I'm actually going to shoot a music video with Ron J. Spikes and Forgiato on March 1st in Washington, D.C. So if you guys like Forgiato, Ron J. Spikes is a new up-and-coming artist that's under Forgiato's his manager. So we're going to be shooting one of his first music videos. It's going to be off the hook. So hopefully you guys can make it to DC because it's going to be a blast that night. And I'd love to meet every one of you guys. Go out and have a beer after we shoot. You guys name it. You're buying, I'm flying. Yes. So will Hillary and Obama concerning Benghazi? That's a great question, Joe. That's a really great question. It's disgusting what they've done to our country. We just sit here and let them do it. I don't understand how it's possible that our government is this rotten and this corrupt, and every single politician isn't screaming from the rooftop. Yep. And then now we have the World Economic Forum putting a headquarters in Detroit. Why? Because they're gonna buy up rights to the Great Lakes. That's where our politicians are going. They're trying to sell rights to the Great Lakes, which accounts for what, like 80% of the water supply for America. And I don't know if you guys seen what the new reports are coming out with that vinyl chloride stuff. That once vinyl chloride is created, the way that when it gets burned, the way that what happens during the burning process, it basically turns into the Kevlar of chemicals. It's literally almost indestructible. There's no way to break it down. There's no way to destroy it. It turns it into a complete poisonous toxin. It's not like radiation where it depreciates and degrades over time. It's permanent. It's forever. It's deadly. It's extremely dangerous. It causes cancer, and it's extremely toxic and poisonous. What happened in Ohio and how they did that controlled burn. I mean, no, I didn't, Rick. I don't have my phone on me. No, Rick, I'm sorry. I don't have my phone on me. I don't think. No, I don't have my phone on me, Rick. Sorry. Trump has his own agenda. Trump's agenda is America first. There's nothing. What's up, Bella? Natalie, what's going on? Natalia, what's up? Surfer Wyoming, Casa. Pickle Rick, good to see you, man. Thank you guys so much for the donations. I appreciate y'all big time. I wouldn't be able to do any of this without each and every one of you guys and your support. Literally every penny, every super chat you guys donate, every member that signs up. I'm going to be in 5 different states. Like I'm putting every penny into fighting for us. I don't know how they unbanned it, Shawnee. I have no idea. We need to fight like hell, guys, because it's never been more serious. The days of just sitting by and not getting involved in politics and not getting involved in your local communities and in local elections, those days are coming to an end. We don't have the luxury anymore. Our rights are being violated. They're taking everything away from us, and they're destroying the livelihoods of Americans. Every single day, they take away more of our freedom and more of our freedom. And there's no going back at this point. If you want America to look like Canada, and you want America to look like New Zealand, where you have no bodily autonomy, you have no way to protect yourself from a corrupt totalitarian government, that's what's happening in Australia right now. And that's what's happening in New Zealand. I feel so bad for the citizens in those countries. That's what they're trying to do to Canada. And if they can do it in Canada, it's going to happen here next. And Joe has been selling us out to China. Our politicians are rotten and corrupt. We have mountains of evidence on it, and nobody's investigating it. The police departments, the people that are supposed to protect us, are taking your tax dollars. You paying your taxes, you're literally paying for your own demise. You are funding your own demise by paying a corrupt, rotten core government to tax you to death, and then not just tax you to death, to take every one of your freedoms away from you. And then, you know, Thomas Jefferson warned, I think it was Thomas Jefferson who warned us about it. Let me see if I can find that quote. Yeah, somebody's quote on central bankers. Oh yeah, here it is, right here. And I sincerely believe with you that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies, and that the principle of spending money to be paid by prosperity under the name of funding, oh, that's not the one I wanted. Is this one? Yeah, here it is. Okay. Oops. There it is. I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and the corporations that will grow up around the banks will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their forefathers conquered. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs. Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, they're pumping the water from Ohio into Texas ground. It's absolutely disgusting, guys. Like, the fact that there's not major investigations going into what they are doing with that water, there's nowhere to take it. You literally can't take that water and put it anywhere and it fix anything. That's the scary part about it. There's no way, you can't reburn it. You can't do anything to it because it becomes an indestructible chemical. Asta White, wow. Thank you guys so much. Oh my gosh, that just made my day. That is a lot. That is a lot. It's $20. Gosh, damn. Thank you guys. Rick, Mr. K, Asta. Who else we got? Brian, thank you so much. So yeah, let's read these super chats for you guys. Thank you guys so much. So Nancy, thank you so much for signing up. Pickle Rick says FJB. Let's go. That's that treason, and he should swing. Yeah. Our founding fathers would be stacking these traitors behind the woodshed. Yeah. The Revolutionary War was fought over a 3% tax. Think about that. The Revolutionary War was fought over a 3% tax. Brian, good point, man. Good point. They're pumping the water from Ohio into Texas ground. Asta White, not much, but a bit to help the DC trip. Thank you so much, everybody. D-Gen, thank you. I love all you guys and girls. Thank you. I can't thank you guys enough for all the support. I'm going to put every penny of it into fighting for our country and our children. I mean, what world did you ever think that we were going to wake up and you're going to actually have to fight for your children like this? Lorenzo, thank you, buddy. Thank you. I mean, the support means more than you could ever imagine. Thank you. FEMA death camps. That's it. It's literally FEMA death camps. What are they doing to us? Hell no, not in my state. Yeah, Ralph, that, Barry Toro? Obama is born and raised CIA. I agree. I have no doubt. Thanks for making great content, Exit. I appreciate you. Yeah, check out Exit the Narrative. For communities like this, we the people need to create and change what we want. No doubt. Check out Exit's website. Let me pull it up here for you. So Exit the Narrative, he created a new social media platform for building communities just like this one. So if you guys are American First Patriots, you guys want to show him some love, swing over here and check it out. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, Surfer Wyoming says your sewer and water bill will be $500 a month to run the lines. It's so disgusting. Gideon, my man, what's up, buddy? How's everything going in your town? Over the pond over there. Look at the CDC and FEMA camps already set up. What? No way. What? Gosh, damn, Kim, thank you so much. What? Kim Stan, thank you so much for the donation. You guys don't have to donate, really. I know money's tight for everybody. Just showing up is it means so much to me. I don't know what just happened. I lost all my screens. There we go. We back. That was weird. I don't know what just happened. Heartsonator, thank you so much. Level 1 perks, let's go. I appreciate y'all so much. Paris, good to see you. Stay peaceful, MAGA. We got Trump truth reveal evidence in-house, and Nancy's gone. We still have our guns and lots of them. That's what we do. Hope is not lost, but there's no going back from here. There's no more us just sitting by and letting these communist dictators destroy our country. We have to show our friends, our family, why they've been lied to, why they were brainwashed. And if everybody doesn't get on the Trump train, I mean, everybody doesn't have to get on it. I mean, there's going to literally be 100 to 125, quite possibly maybe even 150 million Americans that show up to vote for Trump. So they're literally going to have to try to cheat so hard to beat us this round. But if we let people like Ronna McDaniels and the deep state rig the primaries like they did to Bernie, and everybody sat by and just let it happen, we can't let that happen again. The evidence of Hillary Clinton's emails are out. Everybody knows that it happened. And the fact that Fox News isn't talking more about Trump is the scariest part. Trump's done nothing but fight for us and put us first ahead of everybody else, every single situation, every scenario. No, thank you. Heartsonator. Am I saying that right? Heartsonator? Poland is, and Jerry, isn't it crazy about Poland? So Jerry just said Poland's ready to collapse. You guys know that Poland was like, you guys were thriving. Are you in Poland, Jerry? Poland was freaking booming. Like what they did to the Poland economy when the CIA and the deep state infiltrated their government. Oh my, I mean, Poland was like the shining example for the world. And then the CIA came in there because they were doing exactly what Trump was going to do for the United States. And the globalists can't have that, because when Trump's running this America, it destroys the globalist agenda. In every other country, it destroys their Green New Deal. It destroys their woke Paris Accord. It destroys, like, our government is literally giving your tax dollars away to other countries, foreign countries, on these trade deals. Because they're developing nations, the United States was paying India $5 billion a year. And now India doesn't even support us. Now India's with China and Russia. So our politicians are literally taking your tax dollars and giving them to other countries, while we have homeless vets sleeping on the streets in America. The CIA runs North Korea. Yep. Corinne says, has everybody heard Julia Green today? She's on Rumble, a God prophet. She's very good. She gives news before it happens. Corinne, if you talk to her, tell her I'd love to interview her. Anybody that's pro-God, pro-Trump, pro-America first, you guys are friends with any of these other channels, or there's newer channels that are smaller than mine and would like a bigger audience to help their channel grow, I'm willing to interview anybody or bring anybody on this channel to, if they're fighting for America. So please let me know. I remember the Polak jokes back in the... I remember those back in the 90s. My grandpa's Polish. Or my stepdad is. I mean... Yep. Mark, what's going on with U.S. troops being deployed to Taiwan? Who knows, right? Taiwan's going to invade. China's going to invade Taiwan. Why? Because they can. Like the USA, Biden literally just drained our entire military supply. Funding Ukraine. He's just gave away, what, almost $200 billion. What's he going to do? Give Taiwan another $200 billion? It doesn't matter. They're not powerful enough to fend for themselves. And they're right on China's doorstep. And now China just is helping Russia in the war in Ukraine. So if they get out of this war, who do you think Russia's going to help? You think Russia's not going to stand up against the United States after what we did to Putin? Trump needs to get back in power, and he needs to apologize to Putin, and pretty much China too. Like, what we've done here is unforgivable. Like, if we did what we did to these other countries, if those other countries did what the United States did to China, it would be disgusting. It would be game over. Bella, thank you. I'm so passionate about fighting for, because my son doesn't have a future, guys. I wasn't a good kid when I was younger. I shouldn't say I wasn't a good kid, but I mean, I went out and partied, and I was, I became a bartender at the tightest nightclub in Fort Myers when I was like 19. So from like 19 to 22, I pretty much lived spring break every day for 2 years. I wasn't like a bad kid, but I wasn't a good kid, And then I started going to college, and I dropped out of college the first time. Then I moved back to Michigan and got my shit together and went to college. And my son was, my son's mom got pregnant, and that's when I really was like, okay, now it's not about me, it's about him, right? So I was like, okay, all my friends went to school, they got good jobs, my family wasn't a start your own business. They were go to school, work hard, save, put money into a 401k, and eventually retire when you're too old to spend any of your money. And I just never, I went to school, I got a degree, I became a controls engineer. I did everything I was supposed to, and I kept saving and saving. Then I started working overtime and double time and putting money away to start my own business. Then I started my own business, and I had one of the fastest growing rave clothing companies in America. I had just got my company into 3 different countries. I was in Mexico, Canada, and the United States. I was working on going to Europe, then Australia. I was on Amazon, so I had no competition outside of one company. I was selling a clothing that you just don't go and get at Walmart, right? It's specific for a really niche, raves are a very, very niche market, but it was huge, and they were blowing up, going global. I was doing $125,000 a month in sales at the worst time of the year. In the worst month of the year, I think in 2019, I filed my taxes. I brought in $575,000 in sales. And that's where I was just figuring out how to run a business. And I had just got $300,000 stocked in 3 different warehouses, thousands of warehouses, or hundreds of warehouses in 3 different countries. I had $300,000 worth of products stocked, ready to go. Festival season was kicking off. Festival season kicks off in March. And I was booming. It was booming in the worst month of the year. I was doing $125,000. And then, of course, COVID hit. And they shut down all mass public gatherings. They shut down all venues, all events. I was selling face masks, like the cloth face masks before COVID happened. And then Amazon was blocking me from selling my own products that had nothing to do with COVID because they said face mask on it. But so the big elite companies could sell their face mask. It was a joke. So I lost a business that I basically spent 5 years working overtime, double time. I put my entire life into it, and I lost it. I didn't lose it. I was like, okay, I don't know how long shit's gonna be stuck down for. On Amazon, you can only leave inventory in warehouses for 6 months before you get charged long-term storage fees. So I had all these clothes. Nobody's gonna buy a bathing suit or a bikini when they can't go anywhere. They can't even go outside. It was stupid. So yeah, thanks to Joe Biden, I lost $1 million business. They collapsed, and that was the whole goal. COVID was the shutdowns were never to protect you. The only purpose of those shutdowns were to destroy the U.S. economy so that they could change the laws about how people vote, and that they could kill small businesses. Every mom and pop shop just got obliterated off the map. All the big corporate, franchises, they started to thrive because all their competition was going out of business. They had enough money. The government gave them money to shut down and weather the storm, but the small businesses couldn't do it. So they just literally annihilated every small business. And this is their whole agenda, is to kill all the small businesses, kill the mom and pop shops, kill your 401k, put you on an electric grid so that they can snap their fingers and take it all away from you with their ESGs and their carbon credit scores and their Green New Deal. It's a freaking joke. It just makes you sick to your stomach just sitting here and watching our politicians that are supposed to work for us doing nothing but selling out America to foreign countries. That's what they are doing. They're selling out the future of your children. Have no future with these criminals. It's almost like a terrorist organization has infiltrated the United States and taken over our government. Literally, a terrorist organization is running this country because you couldn't run this country any worse if you wanted to, any way, shape, or form. You couldn't try to run this country any worse unless you were gonna obviously come out and go, we're gonna destroy the United States. The Inflation Reduction Act, it's the Inflation Creation Act and the Job Destruction Act. Everything about Biden is just disgusting. And now they want to talk about race. They're going to divide us and turn us against each other. It's a freaking joke. Build back disaster. Yeah. Give me liberty or give me death. I'm not even kidding. I would take a bullet for Trump in a heartbeat, not think twice about it. President Trump has a vision for America to let the people rule. The deep state cannot have this happen. They will do anything in their power to keep their power. Free the January 6th political prisoners. Protest. Yep. We need to. John, we need to. We need to fight for our country or we're going to be in chains. Yep. Everything we're told, you watch the news right now, everything that you're seeing is curated by somebody who's trying to push an agenda. Even Fox News may be reporting on some of this stuff, but they're not reporting what they should be reporting. They should be going, here's what Joe Biden did. Why aren't we doing what Trump did? No, we can't say that. We can't tell you guys what a great president Trump was. And that is literally part of the big problem here. Instead of talking about what a great president Trump is, we have to talk about what a loser Biden is and then pretend like, oh, we should do some America First agendas. You mean Donald Trump agendas? Is that what you mean? Or is Paul Ryan not allowing you to say that, Tucker? And everybody, like, if I didn't have, I have so much shit going on, but if I had more time or I was starting a new YouTube channel, I would literally do commentary on Fox News and just go, oh, Tucker said this. Well, this would be a perfect opportunity to go, hey, you know what Donald Trump did? Donald Trump did this. But no, Fox News doesn't want to say that. Nah, MSNBC doesn't want to say that. We don't want to talk about everything that Trump did that made your 401k better, that made gas cheaper, that made the American people thrive and prosper, starting with the lower to middle class people. If you had a work ethic and you were on that bottom half or that lower portion of people who make income, that was Trump's agenda, to make America great again. XRP is controlled by the globalists, Karen, and don't let them confuse you. XRP and any one of the, what do they call those? The ISO 2000s, any one of those coins, XRP, they're all controlled by globalists. And I know a lot of people have been brainwashed about XRP to think that it's actually a great cryptocurrency. Number one, the technology is old and outdated. Number two, it's controlled by globalists. And number three, they take their XRP and they put it up as a collateral, as an asset, because it's viewed as an asset by pretty much everybody. So they take it and then they put it in an account and then they borrow real money against that, and they use that real money to fund their political agendas. No joke. Look at who's on the team at XRP. You can't come in here and say you're pro-Trump and then talk about XRP, because it's the exact opposite. XRP is a globalist cryptocurrency, just like Algorand, just like HBAR, all of those cryptocurrencies, and the technology itself is trash. It might be great for sending cross-border payments, but I could create a cryptocurrency on the Cadena blockchain in 5 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, and have the exact same technology, if not better, than what's built on top of XRP. XRP is trash. BlackRock runs your company, bro. Yep. That's all I did before this is crypto. I would care to argue and debate anybody here that says otherwise. Anytime. And I've watched so many people get brainwashed about the Trump stuff, and that's kind of why I kind of left crypto, because 99% of the crypto industry is a giant Ponzi scheme. There is only like 3 cryptocurrencies in the world, maybe 5, that are actually making the world a better place, that serve a purpose, that make things more decentralized, that fight back against the globalist agenda and are trying to do it in a decentralized way. If it's not proof of work, it's proof of trash. Yeah, if you guys don't believe me here, watch this. Anybody who likes XRP, just... I made an entire whiteboard video for you guys. Want to know about XRP? Watch that video next. Yeah, our IP addresses will alert the drones. Who owns the Fed? That's a good thing. That's what Trump's been calling them out, you know? I mean, you got to think about this. So you got the Federal Reserve. You got the entire government of Canada that's corrupt. You got the entire government of Australia. You got every single world leader at the World Economic Forum. You have George Soros' entire organization. You have every mainstream media outlet in the United States. You have everybody that does not have your best interest at heart fighting against Donald Trump. And nobody can, to this day, nobody can ever tell me anything that Trump did to put us last. Nobody can ever tell me anything that Trump did to take away your freedoms. Nobody can tell me anything Trump did to go against your religion or infringe on your civil rights or your civil liberties? Nothing. Not one. So why would we want to risk having somebody like DeSantis turn out to be the next George Bush or the next Obama or the next this? Because imagine if Biden wasn't as dumb as Biden is, how much damage they would have did to this country. Like, Biden just talks and we're all like, all right, this guy's a moron. Imagine if it was somebody like Obama speaking that was really educated and actually had the ability to talk, had the gift of gab. We would be in serious trouble. It would be like another Justin Trudeau. We're very lucky that Biden's brain dead and he's got dementia. I can tell about Shiba. I was the first YouTuber to make a video on Shiba. I made 3 of my subscribers made $1 million, over $1 million on Shiba. Oh, one guy actually sent me $1,000 tip. Another guy made a crap ton of money on Cadena, and he owned a tuck shop in Texas. And he bought me 3 tuxes. That was pretty cool. Yeah, Trump is the only president I've ever heard stand up for Christianity. He's a gosh damn hero. I love you guys. It's so nice that like this community is getting so big and everybody's learning and we're really fighting for this country. I'm going to do some live tutorials next week. So if anybody's looking to start a YouTube channel, there's no easier way to do it than shorts. Yep. Tucker's okay. Laura's good. Yeah, I like Tucker a lot. Tucker's my favorite on Fox. Laura Ingraham is okay. But the fact that Paul Ryan is on the board of directors at Fox is disgusting. Yep. Fox News host is mad that they are not allowed to cover the Dominion voting lawsuit. Yep. It's disgusting. We all know exactly what happened. Profit Taker says my sheep value was over 4 million at best. How much you walk away with, Profit Taker? That's so crazy. I remember like in that live stream, the first video I have on it, I think Shiba was market cap was what, like $1 million? And the first time that somebody brought it up in my live stream, like the day that it launched, I mean, people were buying $1,000 and watching $1,000 turn into 2,000 in like a matter of seconds because a few more people bought in, and it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Yep, Trump march for pro-life. We all should, you know? Yeah, I haven't made a whiteboard video in a long time. Those videos, like, they take so much time and energy, and they just weren't. Yeah, Game of Jacks. Yeah, we just played some redacted clips. They're one of my favorite YouTube channels, if not my absolute favorite. Like, I don't think anybody puts out better curated news content than Redacted. They're Johnny on the spot. They have reporters in like 3 or 4 different countries now. They really do a really fantastic job. Yeah, it was 8-0 the first time that we had it on our show, Profit Taker. Holy cow, you made that much money? Gosh damn. That's wild. One guy was painting his garage and he bought, and in my live stream I was like, this is the type of cryptocurrency you literally just, you know, throw a bar tab at it, I think was my exact phrase. Like if you go out to the bar and you spend $200 or $300 at the bar on the weekend, don't go out to the bar. Stay home, take that $300, buy Shiba, throw it in a wallet, and don't look back. Corn Pop said SHIB turned 1.5K into 12.5K for me around 6 months. Trump water for Ohio, huge. Biden went to Ukraine, not Ohio. That's all you need to know. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers. Dan Down Under says, put a bar tab on it, you said. Don't go crazy. I didn't listen. I bought none. Me neither. Me neither. I didn't buy any because it was on... Like, you had to use MetaMask, and you had to go to... What was it? You had to go to... you had to use Uniswap to do it. And I wasn't down with the DeFi back then. I was like, oh, man, this sounds like a lot of work. I'm going to spend $100 in ETH gas fees just to buy 100. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I miss my crypto videos too. But there's no point in crypto with this administration. So like once Trump gets back in here, I'm going to convert one of my 3 channels back over to crypto and start focusing on crypto again, because I love crypto. You know, I think crypto is a way for the little man to get ahead. And if you do it right, like every bull run's different. So you're never going to get the same thing, but we understand enough now, and we actually understand how crypto works. I mean, I can tell you how to build a blockchain and how, Merkle roots work and hashes work. And I mean, there's not much about blockchains that I don't actually understand the general idea of. I'm by no means, as smart as a developer or anything like that, but I can tell you the general idea. And all it is basic math. Once you understand the math and how blockchains work, they're all trying to do the same thing. Solar flares are welcome here. How did Pluton do? Corn Pop? That's funny. I haven't heard anybody talk about that one in a minute. I know it had a couple rallies there. Arch says buy gold. The thing about gold that bothers me is that all the paper gold kills it. Like, it just seems like there's been such a demand for gold, and everybody I hear keeps telling you to buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. Why isn't gold going up in value? Because of all the paper gold, all the ETFs, Wall Street and all the globalists doing what they do, manipulating markets, devaluing their own currency. You hear Trump talk about in his videos. He's like, the tariffs that we place on these other countries are going to be based off of how they devalue their currency. So the more you're going to devalue the currency, and you're going to rob from your own citizens and steal from your citizens to fund your corrupt agendas, the more the United States is going to tax and tariff your country. Pro-life, that's why I love you, bro. I'm pro-life too, but I think Republicans are going against it wrong. I'm pro-life, but if it's in the first, trimester, I think people should, it's their body. And I don't like any government telling me what I can and can't do. I think that we need to better educate our children and our youth. We need to teach them a lot better. We need bans to prevent them from being on. I think it should be illegal for anybody under the age of 16 to have social media, period. I mean, maybe not 16, maybe, yeah, 16. I really think 16 would be a good age. And there's certain platforms, like, I think, Twitter's different because you're not like posting videos. It's more of like an educational and a news platform. It's like a public square. So I think Twitter, if there was any social media platform I wouldn't mind my son being on at a younger age, it would be Twitter. But Facebook is a toxic cesspool of wokeism. I was at my son's basketball game, and one of his players on his team's mom she was sitting there and talking to her daughter, and her daughter was complaining. She's 14 years old, that her mom wouldn't let her get on Facebook. And then she goes, yeah, something about Twitter. Twitter's lame. I would never get on Twitter. And I was like, so what do you want to get on Facebook? She's like, oh, because I can see my friends. And I leaned over and talked to her mom. I said, yeah, you're doing a great job. I said, don't let her get on Facebook. I said, Facebook's a cesspool of wokeism. And she goes, you're damn right it is. She says, all they do is brainwash our child. And I'm like, you understand. I was like, you get what happened in 2020, don't you? She looked at my MAGA hat on. She's like, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was like, yeah, if you actually understood how the CCP and how foreign nationalists are able to purchase their way onto the board of directors on companies at like Facebook. So we allow foreign nationalists, we allow foreigners who absolutely despise the United States to get on the board of directors at any one of these companies and then dictate how that company operates. It absolutely makes you sick, doesn't it? We must protect our children from social media. Yep. Teach them how to use contraceptives. Exactly. I mean, just, birth control is great. Right? I mean, I don't know. You just can't tell me that they can put a man on Mars, but they couldn't create a pill that makes your sperm not work for whatever reason. It seems like you should be able to take a pill that makes your sperm not able to get somebody pregnant. Seems so simple. Like, how can there not be medication that if kids want to interact in premarital or whatever, that they're just able to take something that makes them not able to get pregnant? It just doesn't make sense to me. Seems like they want you to get pregnant so that they can make money off the abortions because it's such a big thing. Yeah, Disney went full woke. Gold always has value. It does, Arch. But what's crazy about gold, like, right? Like, there's a meteor out there that Elon Musk said he can get to. And that meteor is predicted to have like some odd like $11 trillion worth of gold on it. So I don't think that we're far away from being able to get to far places. And then, which would then devalue the value of, you know, if you, like the market cap on gold's what, like 11 trillion or 50 or 20 trillion or whatever it is. And then there's, you know, I mean, you're going to double the supply of gold. Gold always has a demand because it's such a great conductor, but they're also finding other conductors that work just as well. But gold's, you know, not corrosive and it never corrodes. So it's really good in that aspect. But I think part of the problem with gold is that you're talking about an asset that's global, and then you have corrupt governments on a global scale that are devaluing its currency, which just makes you sick kind of thinking about it. I've just been watching the charts on gold. Like, what are we looking at on gold right now? I think we have the worst economic collapse in the history of the world that's about to take place right now. It's the only thing left they have on their agenda to do to really cripple the United States, and it's completely devastate the market. I mean, you just look at this time frame, right? Yeah, so maybe it does what it did in 2000, like it was the 2007, 2008, 2009 economic collapse, right? And then gold went running up what? Up 160%. And if you didn't take profits when it was up 160%, you would have wrote it back down 44%. So if you would have happened to buy on the low, you'd have made 13% if you would have rolled it all the way back down to bottom, which isn't bad. It's better than losing value, right? Like the dollar. And then now if you would have bought at this crash over here, you would have had to buy in 2016. I mean, look at that. Even when Trump was in office and the economy was booming, gold was going up. Like the fact that from the day that Joe Biden took office, pretty much, gold is only up 12%. That's the S&P 500. We've been just getting annihilated over here as well. Let's take a look at the Fed. So here's the M2 money supply. This one's always fun to look at. Like, our government needs to take out about $11 trillion out of circulation to fix this hemorrhaging of inflation. And they haven't even been able to take $1 trillion out. And it looks like if we zoom in right here, it looks like they're already starting to spend money again. Like, just from January to February. Jeez, oh, Pete, we're in so much trouble. Let's look at the reverse repo. So this is the reverse repo, right? This is where all the banks and Wall Street gurus and all these billion-dollar corporations are parking their capital. And the Federal Reserve is taking your tax dollars, your hard-earned tax dollars, or they're going to print it and print more money out of thin air and pay for it. This is your government. For some reason, in Joe Biden's administration, the Federal Reserve decided that it was going to be a good idea to pay banks and corporations 4.5% interest on capital for doing absolutely nothing. So we literally have $2 trillion sitting here in the reverse repo, which gives them the ability to cripple the economy or make the economy boom on the snap of a finger. There's literally almost over $2 trillion just sitting here right now that if the Fed today were to go, yep, we're going to close up the reverse repo. We're not going to pay you 4.5% interest. What would happen? All that money, $2 trillion is going to go looking for a home somewhere. Whether that's gold, whether that's Apple, whether that's Amazon stock, it's going back in the market. These billionaires aren't going to let their money just sit there and not go to work. So in the meantime, they're taking your tax dollars to pay the interest on these banks. It's disgusting. Ryan Davis says, oh, Ryan, thank you so much, buddy. Says, do you see a market crash crypto in June? BTC 11K? I do, Ryan. I think it's going to happen now. I think they're in the process of doing it because they can get away with it now. They crash the economy now and they crash the market. They send us into a global recession. So if they crash the market, right? Whenever they want the market to boom, they just have to release the reverse repo. And most people aren't going to understand that releasing the reverse repo is going to make the market boom, whether the economy is good or not. So you let the market crash, and then you release the reverse repo, and the market starts booming, going into the next election cycle. You don't want the markets to be at an all-time low. So whatever they're planning, they have to pretty much do it now. They have to do it now so they can get it over with, so that the sting is not there next election cycle. So if I had to guess, yeah, I think we have another 50% crash. I think we're at least coming back down to where our COVID lows were. And that would have been over here before, because that's when the globalists have been trying to crash our economy and destroy the United States for a very long time. Trump's the only thing that saved them. So from current value, you're looking at another 55%. But I mean, even if we came anywhere close, I would say down here is where they're probably trying to push the market to. That'll pretty much drain your 401k. That'll force people that are tight on money to withdraw from their 401k, pay all the penalties, try to do whatever they can to save their house and their families. And the globalists are just going to be over here buying up everything. So things aren't cheap enough for the globalists and all the billionaires to get everything on a discount right now with Biden still in office. So I think they have to crash the economy now. And every time the S&P goes down 25%, cryptos normally double. So if you say on the low end, you're going to see a 30% pullback on the stock market, if not a 50. That would mean you're going to see about a 60 on Bitcoin. So if you've seen I think you're going 60 would be the lowest. I think you're going to go down to, maybe even less than 10. Yeah, I think there's just not enough pain, and they want maximum pain, and they want to try to destroy the dollar. So I strongly suggest using cash for everything. I'm going to be asking every politician why we're not creating laws that make it illegal for businesses to not accept cash as form of payment. Like it's been legal tender in the United States. I've gone into Planet Fitness, and they told me they only accept card, which I think is a joke. I think that's bullshit. We definitely need Trump to help us. Now, if Trump comes back in office and somehow Trump gets back in the United States, get whatever money you have left into whatever investment vehicle you have. It doesn't matter if it's a 401k, house, real estate, property, anything but a savings account. Because there's nothing that's like, if it's a good business, whether that's Apple, Amazon, Google, I don't know what regulations and stuff Trump's going to put on those, so I'd be careful of any of the businesses that have been working with the deep state. I think Google is going to be hit pretty hard. I think Amazon's going to be hit pretty hard. If I was Trump, I'd be taxing Amazon ungodly amounts, right? Because what Amazon has done to small businesses is disgusting. So I would be taxing and tariffing Amazon to the point where it was almost unfeasible for them to actually run a business. I'd tax Amazon to death. Social media companies, I would remove Section 230. Everything that Trump's going to do is going to be to take this country back and put the American people first. And anybody that opposes them should just retire or get out of the way because you're a communist. Our children's future is on the line. The only person that's fighting for us and always has been fighting for us and we know we can trust is President Donald Trump. Period. Better get your home gym ready. Yep. Yep, if America's owed China any department, we don't owe them crap. See, they didn't, Paris. It wasn't China that did it to us. I think every news media outlet is wrong on the China lab shit. I think we know where it started, and China knows it, and they've been warning us, and China's been telling us about it, but the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about it. I don't know why. I can't, it blows my mind. I mean, if that's the agenda they want to push, I think we all know where it really started at, and I don't think it was China. It starts with a U and ends with a crane. Like this, look at this cloud. Boneyard. Trump is an actor and in the club. What actor is that, Boneyard? Is that the actor that's sacrificed everything to fight for this country? Is that the actor who's been investigated by every three-letter government agency and been acquitted of every single charge every time he's ever been investigated? You're talking about the actor that the CIA threw their entire kitchen sink at, trying to deplatform and trying to nuke off the face of the internet? Is that the club? Or are you talking about the club that's done everything to sacrifice the fight for our children and fight for our freedom in America? I did too. Jerry goes, I quit. You vape, Ryan? He goes, I quit smoking last year and now I vape my brains out. Me too. I actually switched to gum. I switched to the gum a few times now. And it was really easy to me. Like when I used to smoke, I couldn't go from vaping to smoking, or from smoking to not smoking. I couldn't quit. And twice now I was able to quit vaping and just switch to the nicotine gum, and it really wasn't that hard. Trump for life, what's up, man? All smoke and mirrors. Boneyard, what has Trump done that's all smoke and mirrors? When has Trump ever put America last? Tell me one thing Trump's did that made your 401k worse. Tell me one thing that Trump did to put you last. Tell me one thing that Trump did that did anything that infringed on your civil liberties or took away your freedom. Name one, please. Or are you just over here talking CNN talking points and you have no idea what you're talking about? You probably don't even live in America. And if you do, you should be ashamed of yourself for being such a brainwashed puppet. We're listening, bro. Operation Warp Speed. So millions of Americans were quote unquote dying, and every single doctor in the world, we're supposed to be the best doctors in the world, advised him on what to do, and he did everything he could because he thought he was going to save American lives. I'm still listening. Did Trump mandate any vaccines? No, he didn't. Did Trump blame it on China? Yes, he did. Did Trump try to open investigations into where the origins of it were? Yes, he did. Did he mandate it on anybody? Nope. Sure didn't. Never would. And they all knew it. And that's exactly why they had to get rid of Trump. I'm not the one who's brainwashed. Name something else, Boneyard. Name something else. Ryan Davis says, I'm not in the U.S., but I'd definitely vote for Trump. Cry harder, Boneyard. We're still listening, man. Everything that they're doing, these nuts, is something we should be afraid of. Yep. Trump called it the China virus from the very beginning, which I think is still wrong. But hey, everybody seems to be talking about it, and it's looking really good for Trump. So if everybody wants to go after it that way, by all means. I'm still waiting for Boneyard to tell me anything else that Trump did wrong to take away your freedoms. Boneyard is a spam bot. Super Candy, I like the way you think. Boneyard, CNN's called. You're late for work, homie. Yeah, good call, Mike. Good call. I just one of these days I'm just waiting for somebody to come in here. And what's funny is all the anti-Trump people, they never have anything positive. They never have any. Can you name one thing that Joe Biden has done or any Democrat has ever done to make this country better? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you, Boneyard. You kick too many rocks, homie. I'm not in the USA. I'm from Europe, but Trump is my president. Trump 2024. Look at Jack. Everybody knows it. It's so awesome to see. Everybody's coming together. We're getting organized. You know, the deep state's falling apart by the second, and now Trump's after him. Like, Trump's not holding back anymore, and all we have to do is get rid of Paul Ryan at Fox News, and we're good. No, Ryan, I didn't sell any of my crypto. I still have my cold storage. I never sell. I can't even get to it. It's so far away. It took me 2 days just to go get my keys. I got half my keys hidden in different locations, so I have to go to 2 different locations to get them. And they're across the state. So, no. I got 32,000 Cadena. I got maybe like 2.3 or 2.4 Bitcoin now. And then I got about 3,500 Flux. And the rest I'm just holding on to. And the rest is in stables. Those are the only 3 cryptos I believe in. I think they're all a scam. Mike Griffin, thank you so much, buddy. So it's amazing sharing this experience with you and so many like-minded individuals, because we're all together now. You know, it's all of us. It's us versus the globalists. And if we don't stick up for our freedoms right now and fight like hell, we're going to look like Europe. We're going to look like, I mean, maybe Europe's not bad. I know Australia is fucked. I know New Zealand, that evil scum dictator, terrorist, whoever's running that country, whatever that girl's name is. Oh, she is the spawn of Satan. And what she did to the citizens in her country with this jab is beyond disgusting. They pissed off Trump, and that was not a good move. No, it wasn't. He's coming for every last one of them, because you can't sit here and argue with Trump. Like, no matter what DeSantis says, like, dude, you've never ran a country. You don't know what the globalists are doing. You don't know how the America's been getting screwed. You don't know the insides and out of Washington. Like, we don't have 4 years for another person like DeSantis to figure out how to run this country. Trump already knows how to run this country. He's already done an absolute phenomenal job. Like, the United States was never in a better position than it was 2 years ago, period. And that's not up for debate. That is actual fact. So if our country was in the best position that it's ever been 2 years ago, and it's in the absolute worst position that it's ever been now, 2 years later, why would it make sense to elect anybody but Trump? It doesn't even make sense. And the fact that the mainstream media isn't saying that is disgusting. Like, we can all see it. Fox News knows it. You know it. Lauren Lewis likes Cardano. Cardano's all right, man. You know, it has its positives, but they're in a really bad position. I mean, their code, and yeah, they could figure it out, and I think they will eventually, because they got enough money behind it. But man, I mean, how long has it been, and shit still barely works, and now it's nothing like it was originally designed to be. You know, the way that they originally designed Cardano to work, where they thought it was going to work flawlessly and it wasn't going to be any issues, turned out that this just wasn't the case. The plus side is that it's wrote in Haskell, so the coding language is the most advanced coding language for building blockchains, in my opinion. You know, they've made what they just do. Their recent update made elastic block sizes, so their block sizes expand. And then they're talking about somehow doing snapshots to reduce the size of the chain, so that you won't need massive size. You won't need a massive CPU or storage space to actually run a node, which is cool to run a mining pool. The way that they decentralized it to an extent is, is unique. I think it's smart. The inflation rate is very minimal. It's a good project. But as far as the actual technology and being able to compete for the number one layer one blockchain, I don't think it's going to be there. I could be wrong. But I just think the tech's old and outdated, and I think that their ability to evolve in an industry that changes by the second, and you have to be able to evolve, and I think it'll be behind Cadena, no doubt about it. XRP, I don't support any altcoin that's controlled by globalists. Any cryptocurrency that is owned or operated, and a majority of the people on the team are part of the World Economic Forum, it just tells me everything I need to know. There's so many cryptocurrencies out there to support. Why support one that A, has a market cap that's insanely high, B, hasn't put in a new all-time high since 2017, and C, a vast majority of everybody on the team is a globalist. And what they do with that is they create, XRP, the team on XRP is, I would almost guarantee you they are invested in multiple exchanges, whether that's Kraken, whether that's, I don't think Binance, but Kraken and these other smaller offshore exchanges, so their cryptocurrency can be listed there, and then they can borrow against it. So they take all their XRP, they move it over to one of these foreign exchanges, which they probably own 100% of themselves, or one of these DeFi protocols, these quote unquote DeFi protocols, and then they borrow against those assets. So they use XRP as collateral to borrow real cash or a currency that's actually accepted everywhere, like Bitcoin or Ethereum or a stable coin, and then they use that money to fund their political agenda. And then they have their own market makers, and they own enough of the currency, so they pay market makers to trade their currency up to the moon. And then when there's no sell pressure, because your team owns a majority of those coins, right? The asset stays at those higher values. That's why XRP has such a giant market cap. And a vast majority of XRP is owned by a small group of people, which are the globalists. So it's exactly what FTX did, right? He owned like 60 or 70% of FTT token. He owned like 330 million. So he had an asset that was worth $1. Then he used his own market making fund to wash trade his asset between FTX and these other offshore exchanges that he owns. And they drove it from $1 to 30. So what did he do? $1 to a 30, and he owned 333 million. You literally figured out how to counterfeit $10 billion. When you learn how to counterfeit $10 billion, what do? You buy everybody. You buy the exchanges, you buy the politicians, you buy the regulators, you buy celebrities, you buy houses, you buy private jets, you buy it all. And then you pray that you can buy off and pay off enough people to keep your Ponzi scheme going, because if you could, you literally figured out how to counterfeit $10 billion. FTX is the biggest counterfeiting fraud in U.S. history. And the fact that Sam Bankman-Fried is flying around on private jets and walking around free right now should tell you everything you need to know. So Ryan Davis said, I respect what Donald Trump did, creating jobs for Americans, even if it's at the expense of shutting out immigrants. He strengthened and encouraged law enforcement, discouraged lawless and leftists. I mean, America, no country has open borders, right? And the ones that do have been devastated. You have to have law and order, and you have to protect your borders. You can't just let terrorists walk in. Like, we have no idea who these people are coming into our country. We don't know if they're armed terrorists. Like, really, they could be the head of Al-Qaeda. They could be the head of ISIS. And now we have literally terrorist organizations that are just able to walk right into our country. It's crazy to think about. You have to protect your borders. Yeah, Jesus God, I ended up liking Trump. Me too. Like I said, I tell this to everybody. Like, at one point, I probably considered myself a Democrat. I didn't know. I wasn't big into politics. And then after the FTX shit happened, and I realized what a Ponzi scheme a vast majority of crypto is, and how we are all getting played, and how there's a small group of people that own everything in crypto. They own the exchanges, they own the borrowing and lending protocols, they own the media outlets, they own the crypto banks, they own everything. And any cryptocurrency that comes out that's good, they buy enough of it to run the validators. And all these globalists do is they run validators, which are basically money printers that print you out cryptocurrency every time a new block is made, which is like every second or every 3 seconds. And these things just print out money, and they give new crypto to the globalists running validators. It's really sick. Jerry says people try to pay their fair share of taxes. You know, taxes should be flat tax, and they should be about 5 or 10%. I mean, we fought again. No, I mean, Ryan Davis, just look at the math on that. If XRP won that lawsuit, the market cap's $13 billion. Or it's even more than that. It's like 23 billion. You're literally better off buying like a, I mean, like look at Shiba. Look at the coins that made people the most amount of money this last bull run. It wasn't Ethereum. It wasn't Bitcoin. It wasn't XRP. Why? Because their market caps were too damn high already. I mean, XRP has a $20 billion market cap. Like in this economy, you think that where is that much money going to come from? Like even if they win their lawsuit, who wants to use it? Like outside of the banks and the globalists, which if you haven't seen what's been happening, I mean, BRICS is coming out. There's other currencies and new currencies that are coming out that are going to change everything. So no, I would completely avoid XRP. I would invest in smart assets, either Bitcoin, Cadena, or Flux. And I would be patient. I'd wait for next bull run because when Trump gets in, there's no blockchain that could even compete with Cadena. Ethereum's trash. Ethereum's old, outdated. The coding language Solidity is an engineering nightmare. If you never tried to create a smart contract or interact with a blockchain, there's no worse user experience or onboarding process than Ethereum. It was cool, it was revolutionary at the time, but the coding language is its limiting factor. And if you can just Google like Solidity and then look at WikiLeaks. Even WikiLeaks, the most woke dictionary in the history of the world, will tell you all the flaws with Solidity. Solidity is an engineering nightmare. You know, you can just take a look at like the crypto crime report, which is also owned by basically BlackRock. You know, the chain analytics or chain analysis is owned by Digital Currency Group. And Digital Currency Group has had like, I mean, they have like a $4 billion hole in their balance sheet and somehow they're still in business. It blows my mind. But if you just take a look at the crypto crime report and you start looking at where like scams, stolen funds, you know, hacks, and you look at the amount of hacks that had taken place and where they're coming from, it's all basically Ethereum projects. So like there's pretty much been no successful layer 2 application that's been built on top of Ethereum that hasn't been hacked at least once. And most of them get hacked into bankruptcy, which a majority of the time I think is just an inside job. And there's just so much scams and fraud going on that when these hacks take place, the devs are like, oh, lost my keys. Oh, didn't know that we had this back door that was so easy that anybody could have found it, you know? There was like one hack last year was like I don't know, it was a couple $100 million hack. And it was some kid who just like literally, I was trying to do something and I just did it by accident and I figured it out. And then I just did it again. Like, here's your money back. I didn't really know what I was doing. It's like these like no-name college students who don't even hack are figuring out ways to hack like multi-$100 million companies and drain out all their liquidity. That's how bad Solidity is. Yeah, Ryan Davis, I do believe in 100x cryptos, absolutely, but not when they have a $20 billion market cap. Like I said, Shiba is absolutely useless, and it did what, like a few thousand x. So there's definitely going to be them, but you know, when you're talking about, I mean, you know, maybe if we have like what do you say? Best case, we see a $10 trillion market cap in crypto. It's at about 1 trillion right now. So it went to 3 trillion last year, and I think at the low it was 300 billion in 2020. I mean, I was mining Ethereum when it was $2.65. So I've been in the industry for long enough to kind of understand how cycles work. Anybody who thinks that they can tell you what's going to happen is full of shit. Like, nobody can predict the future, but you know, you're talking about a $770 billion market cap. We came down to what, about 250, and then we ran all the way up to almost 3 trillion. So that was from like the low, you can say a 10x. And if we come over here, I bet you it's almost the same. See, we went in 2000 and so 17 billion. Oh, that's 14. Okay, we gotta go into 15. So 130 billion all the way up to 700 billion. It's almost a 10x if you go back to 14. So 10x, 10x. We did a 10x from bottom. So it would be at about a trillion. 850. So maybe we go up to like 850 or 8.5 trillion next cycle. And a majority of that, again, you know, Bitcoin made up what? Like 1.5 trillion of that. Ethereum probably made up another 500 billion. Okay, so Ethereum peaked at about Yeah, so Ethereum's market cap pretty much peaked out at 200 billion. Oh, nope, not my bad. Yeah, it was 500. I was right the first time. Okay, so 500 billion was in Ethereum. $1.2 trillion was in Bitcoin. So what is that? So it'll be 1.7 divided by 2.9. So 58, so say round up, say 60% of the entire market cap of crypto was in two assets. So that gives you 40% that's going to try to find a home in other places. And I bet if we were to just to add up, you know, the top 10 cryptos, I would almost guarantee you if we added up the top 10 cryptos that made up probably 80 to 90% of the entire market cap of crypto. So if you look at it from that aspect, you got to assume that next bull run, a majority of the money is going to be in a handful of cryptos. And the rest will be, you know, even if something way down here on page, you know, like, I mean, these market caps are only 77 million. But you get something that's down here on the, we could probably go to page 6 and find some. Yeah, I mean, if anything down here that's in $20 million market cap, you know, this could easy 100x. Will it? I don't know. I think people are a lot more educated now. But I definitely think the 10xers or the 100xers are going to be, you know, these long shots over here. And I think a majority of the best altcoins or the most profitable altcoins will be things that are created during the bull run, because they always are. It's very rare that you find like something like, say, Rain Coin or Unicorn Coin or Diamond Coin, right? One of these might be a sleeping giant, but you really need to, like, you're not going to find it just by randomly looking around, because every blockchain tells you that they're the greatest thing since sliced bread. They're a revolutionary technology. They're going to change the way that payments are done. They're going to change this. They're going to decentralize social media. They're going to give it back to the little man. You know, we're going to make cross-chain, intergalactic, you know, just the wildest shit, you know, trying to convince you to put your hard-earned money into their Ponzi scheme. They turn out to most of the time be Ponzi schemes. But people don't understand what the bull run's going to look like if Trump's in office. And the good cryptos will do their thing. Yep. Natalia, welcome back. Welcome back. We're just talking about crypto, so. Is crypto safe if the debt ceiling doesn't get raised? Yeah, Jeannie, it is. But, you know, like I said, most cryptos are Ponzi schemes, right? I would say, like, you know, the safest, I would say, is Bitcoin. But what's the problem with Bitcoin is, what makes Bitcoin is the fact that it hasn't changed. But what's dangerous about Bitcoin is it's not quantum resistant. And the idea of thinking that, okay, quantum computers aren't going to be a major thing and a major force to reckon with is naive. And what that means is, like, when you have quantum computers, and what a quantum computer basically is any other computer can ask a quantum computer the answer to anything. And in literally a second, it can tell you the answer to any question, any mathematical problem, anything. They are that powerful to instantly process any amount of data instantly. So what makes blockchain so safe and secure is the fact that there's no piece of machinery out there that can compute the mathematical algorithms fast enough to break the chain. Well, because Bitcoin's difficulty level only updates for 2 weeks. So like when Goldshell or when Bitmain makes a new mining equipment and the new mining equipment comes out, whoever gets that first batch of mining equipment is mining so much faster than everybody else. They're making all the Bitcoin. So like literally people that mining farms that get the newest batch of mining equipment and they have it for like 2 weeks or 4 weeks or even a couple months before everybody else's orders start going out, that company can literally pay off their entire investment in that short, month period. And then once the difficulty adjusts, and that's the problem. So if I had a quantum computer and I was able to solve the hashes and solve these blockchain equations in the snap of a finger, I mean, that computer could literally mine every single last Bitcoin, every last one of them in a 2 week period. It could mine it probably in a day. And the algorithm, there's nothing in the algorithm that prevents that from happening. And there's nothing in the algorithm that prevents somebody from a quantum computer, any Bitcoin that was sent from an old wallet from like 2015 or I think it was 2013 when the code changed and they made that last update that hid your private keys or prevented your private keys weren't stored in the blocks. Back before 2000, if I'm saying this right, don't quote me on that, but in 2013 before, like the old way that Bitcoin was sent, it sent your public and private key, but it was just disguised and it was hidden inside a block. So nobody actually knew it. But basically, if you did that and your Bitcoin's still in that old wallet and quantum computers come out, they would be able to basically unscramble that block and reveal your private key. And then once they have the private key, they can get into your wallet and drain your entire wallet. So people that have these old Bitcoin that haven't moved them from 2013, if you ever send an on-chain transaction, your Bitcoin is in jeopardy. You need to move that to a new wallet and keep your Bitcoin safe, because eventually these quantum computers are going to be able to do it. And in theory, once they do, they'll be able to get Satoshi's keys and they will be able to unlock Satoshi's wallet. And that's the scariest part about all this. So things like Cadena, and there's new blockchains that are just 100,000 times more superior to Bitcoin. Whether they are, there's only one blockchain that could actually outperform, outscale, and completely outdo Bitcoin and make Bitcoin irrelevant in the big picture, 5 or 10 years from now, and that would be Cadena. And the only way that Bitcoin would ever not be digital cold is if quantum computers happen and they can't figure out how to stop it. If a quantum computing attack happened and they couldn't figure out how to stop it, it could become a serious issue. So that's the only thing that worries me about Bitcoin. So that's why I say, if you have wealth and you're not really trying to get yourself out of the rat race, a 5 or 10% allocation to Bitcoin, because the upside is so there. Cadena, if you got $100,000 and you put 5,000 into Cadena, your upside is so astronomical. It's ungodly. It's really, if there's any cryptocurrency that's going to change the world, it's Cadena. But that also becomes the biggest threat to governments, because there's only one cryptocurrency that can replace a currency and give the people a decentralized currency to interact with on a daily basis that's digital and not owned or controlled by anybody. And that is Cadena, which means that technically Cadena becomes the biggest threat to governments and institutions and banks and the globalists. There's only one cryptocurrency that could become the digital dollar for the people, by the people, with a finite supply that no government or no organization could ever devalue the currency of. And it's quantum resistant. It's infinitely scalable. They've created a technology that, in order for anybody to solve the blockchain trilemma, you would have to figure out how to braid chains together. And Cadena has a patent on hash braiding. And if you don't understand how blockchains work, even Bitcoin engineers, that's how Cadena got the idea for Bitcoin, or for Cadena, was from an old Bitcoin forum where they published an article called Chain Rope. And the idea was that we're going to take two Bitcoin blockchains and braid the hashes together, which is really simple and really easy to do. And that would have doubled Bitcoin's scalability and size. But eventually you're still going to, you could braid one chain, you could braid 5 chains together, and you could still have enough size in the block to support and hold all that data. But the idea is that you're going to hit a scaling limitation, where Cadena, the way that they figured out how to braid chains together, they use, the degree diameter the graph theory degree diameter problem. And I got whiteboard videos that'll teach you guys everything you need to know. If you want to learn more about, it's the only crypto I believe in. And this is all I did before this was study crypto. So if anybody knows of a cryptocurrency that can beat Cadena, I've offered to debate people. Nobody ever takes me up on it because everything that they promote is a scam. So this Cadena playlist right here will teach you everything you need to know. Why is Cadena the Amazon of crypto? If you just watch 2 of these, you got an extra 20 or 30 minutes and you want to learn about the most revolutionary cryptocurrency in the history of the world. Take a look at this playlist. It'll really open your eyes. It'll explain everything. And even if you don't believe me, you should be asking yourself, do the cryptocurrencies in my wallet have the potential that this one does? So like the terminology, hash braiding, scalability, infrastructure. I mean, the blockchain trilemma, there's only one cryptocurrency in the history of the world that's ever solved the blockchain trilemma. And the blockchain trilemma has been the limiting factor that has prevented every other blockchain from reaching global adoption. I have a coffee full of pennies. What up, Gold Bud? Yeah, that's why just be smart about your investments. I'm not an expert, I turned $1,000 into 500 and I don't know what the top of it was, like 560,000 at the peak of last bull run. So from like May to November, I turned 1,000 into 560,000 or something like that. And then I watched it go all the way back down to 100. Let me see what I'm at right now. Yeah, I'm sitting at like 105,000 right now. And I probably got maybe a little bit more than that. I think maybe I've put like another 4K into my cold storage, give or take. So maybe I'm at 110, give or take. Ambo, what up, homie? My magic 8-ball. Yeah, here you go. I'll tell you guys how you really find out if something's a good investment. We haven't done this in a minute. Right here. Is the stock market going to crash? Better not tell you now. See? Is Joe Biden a communist dictator? It is decidedly so. I tell you guys, this motherfucking 8-ball is Johnny. It even knows that Joe Biden's crooked and corrupt. You can't make this shit up. So if you guys ever need to make a really important life decision, I'll let you guys borrow my 8-ball for a second. Yep. Even the 8-ball knows how corrupt Joe Biden is. See? It's never, this thing's right more than every other stock trading guru on YouTube. I would put my money on this gosh damn 8-ball over any one of these crypto gurus on YouTube. Tesla did you good? Yeah, let's take a look at some stocks. What are you guys investing in? I'll pull up some charts for you guys. If there's any company I'd be betting, damn, you're killing it on Tesla, huh? Holy shnikes. Wow, that's 100% gain in 43 days. Nice moves. Nice move, Joe Daddy. That's awesome, man. Good for you, buddy. That's huge. $74% from top. Isn't that crazy? So like you would have watched your portfolio go down by 74%. But if you would have bought right here, you would be up 112%. So people don't really realize how much you lose when you're coming down to the downside. But the idea is to, if you were to bought Tesla up here, the dumbest people just sit there and watch it go down, right? When you're going into a bear market and economic collapse, you have to buy on the way down, right? You have to. Let's go, Ryan Davis. In 2024, it just depends, right? Like everything that Joe Biden is doing is designed to destroy the economy. There is nothing that Joe Biden's doing to make the economy better. There's nothing that Joe Biden's doing to make your 401k better. Everything that these people are doing is to destroy the economy to the point where you are begging for a central bank digital currency. That's it. Biden has a bank account in Ukraine. Maria, I believe that. I have no doubt. I made a few toddy a couple years ago with that Magic 8 ball. It's good, man. Did it for mama. There you go, yo daddy. Anyone invest in CNN? Does CNN have a stock? No way. What is the name of that company? The Chinese News Network? You guys got me all excited. Fox doesn't have a company, does it? No, they don't, do they really? AT&T is still in the ownership of Nokia? I don't ever trade in the real stock markets. I only trade in crypto, so I don't know any of these tickers. What is DirecTV's ticker? DTV? I don't see DirecTV on here either. Yeah, only God guides to the truth. I think Bitcoin's coming down another 50%. I mean, I'm not selling what I got, you know, and I have 2.2 Bitcoin, so I'm just sitting here. Well, it's probably got like 2.4 now, but I think we're at the very least coming back down to the 16K range, but I wouldn't be surprised if the next global collapse, which everything, like there's nothing that Joe Biden's doing to strengthen the economy. Everything he's doing is to sell us out to China and weaken the markets. And you got the corrupt Federal Reserve that was working against Trump is now working for Biden. Everything they did with inflation has been designed to basically destroy the petrodollar or the US dollar. So I think we're definitely coming down. I got some buy orders down here at 14. I got more buy orders down at it's like 11.9 something or 12.41, wherever this peak is right here. I got them at 13.6 something. I think those are my buy orders right now. But I mean, if I see Bitcoin come down to 10K, I'll probably buy another one, at least one more. And if Trump comes back, you guys have no idea what that's going to do to this market. It'll be the most epic bull run. I mean, just look at Trump right here, right? This was all Trump. All Trump. This was the Federal Reserve trying to cripple the economy, right? Quantitative tightening, quantitative tightening, quantitative tightening. And they did it, and it was just devastating the economy, but they couldn't do what they wanted to do. They wanted to completely kill it. But what Trump was doing for the United States, they had no choice. It was no doubt. And then this was all Trump. And then obviously Biden took over and dumped another $7 trillion into the economy, which obviously you jump helicopter money, everything's going to go up. It's the dumbest shit ever. So this was the Trump economy, right? So this was like, well, we got to go back a little farther. So this is pretty much the Trump economy right here. All right, so starting in 2016, all the way to the end of 2020, right here. So this was Trump, up 125% over 6 years or over 4 years, which is you can't really ask for much better than that. And then you get dumbass Joe Biden to come over here and do this. Like if you just look at this chart, even this I thought was steep, and I was like, a country, a market can't keep going up and up and up and up like that, but it can when the United States is taxing every other country just like they've been taxing us. So Trump was able to push the market in this direction because he was taxing every other country. They were paying for everything. China was going to spend Trump taxed China $300 billion per year. So Trump got China to give us $300 billion per year, and they would not even give Trump $20 billion to build a wall to keep our country safe. You know? America's so-called mainstream media. LY, what up? America's so-called mainstream media are controlled by 4.5 families. Main social media platforms are controlled by 2 families. They all deeply collude with Chinese Communist Party for decades. You got that right. Stanley Morris, what up? Yeah, so it's true. Donald Trump handed Joe Biden an amazing economy. All Joe Biden had to do was basically get out of the way and let the American first politicians continue with the agenda that Trump had set. Instead, Joe Biden cost America $1 trillion a year in tariffs. That's how much Trump was taxing these other countries. So to help you guys understand it, so Harley Davidson, right? If Harley Davidson wanted to sell a Harley in India, and I've asked this in a couple streams now, can anybody in here tell me if they've ever seen a Harley Davidson in India? Or a lot of them? I've never heard anybody say they've seen one, let alone a lot, right? So where I'm going with that is India taxes American companies 100 to 150%. So if Harley Davidson wants to sell a Harley in India, 150% extra to get a Harley in India. But guess how much the United States is taxing India to sell motorcycles in the United States? Zero. Not one president ever got a penny, not even 10 cents out of China. Not one. And Donald Trump got $300 billion from China. And you know what he did with that money? Made it easier for you to make money. He invested that money back into America so that your 401k will go up. So that, I mean, that's what Donald Trump does, is he makes people money. So if you're smart enough to invest and you understand just the basics about investing, Donald Trump could make you enough money in 5 or 10 years for you to retire for the rest of your life. Basically, if Donald Trump gets elected again, if you were to go to work at McDonald's and you were to get a second job, and for 2 years you did nothing but work a second job at McDonald's making minimum wage, and you put every penny you had into smart investment vehicles, you would be able to retire for the rest of your life in less than 10 years, in less than probably 5 years. You could do it. You could work 2 jobs for 2 years, put every penny into an investment, and that 40,000 would probably turn into about 4.5 million. And then with a negative inflation rate, because when Trump was president, we actually had a negative 1% inflation rate. And if you guys don't understand how inflation is calculated, it's all a scam, right? If you notice that inflation came down, but yet everything around you is still getting more expensive and more expensive. So how inflation is calculated, the Federal Reserve pays a handful of employees every month to go into their local supermarket. Literally, a person walks in there with a clipboard and they got to go find a can of bean soup. So they go over to bean soup and they find, and it has to be like non-organic. It has to be a specific kind. It has to be the 12-ounce can, right, of bean soup. Well, maybe, the company changed their bean soup to 11-ounce cans instead of 12-ounce cans. And the price went down a little bit. They record that, right? Somebody's physically walking, it's 2023, and somebody's physically walking into a store with a paper and pen and magically recording these data points. When you have people like Square and Stripe that have real-time data tracking points on pretty much everything, And they can tell you how bad. I mean, it just blows your mind. It's all a giant scam. And the American government is a giant tumor leeching on the backs of every American citizen. Yeah, it's wild. It is. We're getting sold out by these communists, guys. Trump made us living good. He did. Vegan? Nah, that shit's a scam. Being a vegan's horrible for you. Literally, that was created by these woke by the woke mind virus. I got nothing against it. My ex was vegan. You know, whatever you do, you know what you eat. What you eat doesn't make me shit. So, like, I'm by all means do whatever you want, but being a vegan is really bad health-wise for you. She got them all. Where's Canada's Air Force at? Yeah, the USA Air Force, you mean? We're protecting all these countries. All of them. Ryan Davis, do you get my super chat? Let me see. Oh, thank you, homie. I see it now. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it, man. See you in Bull Run end of year 2024. Oh, I thought I answered that. These bull runs are all. So what's pretty crazy about the Bitcoin cycle and what's really unique about it is the timing of the Bitcoin cycle is every 4 years. So the Bitcoin halving is going to happen in like April of 2024, right? So the 2024 election happens in November. So every politician going in, current president, is trying to make the economy as good as possible in Q4. So in their fourth year, which is the exact same time as the next Bitcoin halving, if you had a good president who actually needed the economy to be good to win because they weren't going to cheat, we could assume that no matter what, even if Biden's in office, they're going to try to pump the market because they want to win and they need a good market and a good economy to run on. But what Joe Biden runs on is telling you that you're a racist bigot and that, you know, if you're anything but a LGBTQ, you know, Asian American between the ages of, you know, 16 and 30, you're a racist, communist, bigot, MAGA terrorist. So if we don't get, it's different cycles. So normally you would assume, yes, no matter what, we're going to have a bull run in 2024 because of the halving and because of the economy and because of, you know, the political regime. But considering that wasn't the case in midterms, considering that they were able to pull the rug over everybody's eyes yet again in 2022, and this entire country didn't stand up and say, no, we are not having another Katie Hobbs. We're not having another Joe Biden. We all sat back here and watched the fake news force feed us the lie that it wasn't a red wave and it was just because we didn't go out there and ballot harvest and all this other scam bull crap. Bull crap. Bitcoin's not the deep state's crypto. XRP is the deep state's crypto. I mean, I could tell you 5 or 10 cryptos out here that are the deep state's crypto. Algorand, XRP, Polkadot, Ethereum. Look at Vitalik. Tells you all you need to do. Just look at the dude. Eats boogers and wears around a unicorn purse. So I think, you know, he is the definition of woke. Who else? Uniswap. MakerDAO. I mean, even the CEO of MakerDAO got taken out by the CIA after he was exposing the sex trafficking ring in I forget where it was. Oh, Ryan Davis, I definitely think it was. I think it was an absolute setup. I can't even say what I think on here because it'll get me a strike. But I think it was absolutely a con and a setup. So the thing about proof of work, so Exit says, can you comment on the creators of Cadena being Will Martino and Stuart Popejoy who worked at JP Morgan? Do you think they cut ties completely? Whether they did or didn't, it theoretically, it doesn't matter. Because, you know, JP Morgan Chase could own 50% of the Cadena coins and it doesn't dictate how the network functions. Like the amount of coins that you own in a proof of work blockchain doesn't give you any voting power in the network. Where something like Cardano or any proof of stake blockchain, the more coins you own, the more voting power you have. So let's take a look at somebody like Charles, for example. And in proof of stake, you need what? 33% is all you need to control and have majority voting power. You'd be able to corrupt enough validators to execute on whatever attack you wanted. And then looking at proof of stake, when you know, a majority of people don't vote, anybody that has enough voting power theoretically could push and change the rules of the network. And that's what it does in proof of stake blockchain. So like if I wanted Ethereum, if I wanted to change, you know, Ethereum's kind of hard because it's such a big market cap, but there is like a group of people that own enough to do it. So Ethereum might print a, you know, 5 new coins every time a block is solved, for example. I'm just throwing numbers out there. In any proof of stake blockchain, every time a block is solved, the validators, which are in theory miners, they get paid every time a block is solved. And every blockchain produces a new block every 3 seconds, every 10 seconds, every 2 minutes, whatever it is. So instead of getting 5 coins per block, you could easily change it to 10 coins per block. Or you could actually change the code that says, okay, we need to fund our developers, which is what happens when most proof of stake blockchains actually hit their max supply and the network's not busy enough to pay validators. They go, okay, yeah, we're going to actually increase the max supply by another 10 million coins. And now every time a block is minted, we're going to give 0.5% or 0.2% or 10% to the actual developer wallet. And then that developer wallet's going to be used to fund the blockchain, which basically means they're going to devalue the value of your cryptocurrency. We've seen it happen on countless cryptocurrencies. And then the team gets 10% for doing absolutely nothing, on top of the fact that they're already running validators and they're already making more coins on top of that. It's a giant Ponzi scheme. So in proof of work blockchains, that doesn't happen because you need to have 50% of the hash power of the network to actually corrupt the network. And now that we've seen companies like Bitman and all these new Cadena mining equipment coming out, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, Max, most crypto always goes down 90%. If your crypto's down 95%, I mean, I don't know what mine's down from 500,000 to, you know, I went down from 560,000 down to 105, so I'm probably down, what is that? Almost 80%. Yeah, I'm down 70. Where is that? 82%? 82%? But I guess you could say I'm still up. You know, I started with $1,000, so I guess I'm still up 900%. And I mean 1,000%, I guess is the way to look at that. Something like that. 1,000 into 100,000. Is that 1,000%? 100%? 100x? 100x. Trump has new trading cards. I'm so bummed out. I you know, in Polygon, and the fact that Trump launched those on Polygon, but I guess he didn't have anything to really do with it. I guess they used his brand and another company is fully running those NFTs, so he doesn't really have anything to do with it. But you know, it's really cool that he's getting involved. And it was just a big middle finger to Hunter Biden, because Hunter Biden was selling NFTs, and everybody said it was the greatest thing on sliced bread. Ren, you know, Ren's an all right blockchain. Pull it up for you. The first red flag I would say is it's built on the Ethereum network. Looks like they're connected to Phantom. So I would assume that the coding language is Solidity or Rust. Probably Solidity. Red is an open protocol built to provide interoperability and liquidity between different blockchain platforms. To learn more about this project, check out our deep dive into Ren. Formerly known as Republic Protocol, Ren launched RVM, which is a Ren virtual. Oh, okay. Here is its virtual machine mainnet in May of 2020, having completed a $34 million initial coin offering. So they did an ICO. So I don't like our regulators, and I think that whole ICO and being a security is a complete joke. But that's also a red flag. So chances are it'll get labeled as a security. So Ren has a fixed supply cap of 1 billion tokens. Ren conducted a pre-sale and public token sale in 2018, during which a total of 62% of the coins were sold to investors. So, you know, the VCs have shit ton of coins. They have 100% of their max supply is out. So I'd be really, the first thing I'd be going is, how is the network running? How is the network secured? How are they running validators if 100% of their coins are out in circulation? Or is it proof of work? And then next, I would go into their source code and see if they're actually developing on it. So if you click on their source code right up here, you can actually come over and actually study the blockchain. And this is the best thing about crypto, right? You can't do this in the stock market. I can't go and tell you, I can't go check out their mainnet protocol and say, okay, the last time they made any updates or modifications was all the way back in November of 2022. So this is their multi-chain protocol. We can see that, okay, their last one was 3 months ago, 5 months ago, 4 months ago. So it's been a while since they've updated anything on their code, but that's just their main. I'm gonna take a look at their bridges. Bridges again, last updated November 23rd of 2022. And I can actually scroll down. I can see who's contributors. If I really wanted to do a deep dive in this project, I would be going in here and checking out, okay, who's XNYL, Thomas Ramus. You know, I'm a full stack Node.js developer specialized in React applications, experienced in CID. Okay, so this guy seems like he knows his shit, right? So I'd be going through here and I'd be doing research into seeing who their devs are, because your blockchain is literally only as good as your devs. The better the devs, the better the blockchain all day long. And I'd just be doing deep dives and going through every one of these and actually seeing, okay, you know, like this part of their protocol was last updated in 2020. Dark node. So like I see, okay, last updated in 2021. All right. So either this dark node -sol has no value or didn't need to change, or their team's actually not developing. So if I guarantee, if I come over here and look at Flux or a cryptocurrency that I could just assume is building, I bet you we don't open up their source code and find that they don't have updates and comments in the last, 24 hours. Yesterday, told you. Every time. Like, this is the bear market for builders. You know, when I open up a developer's GitHub and I don't see that somebody's building and updating code instantly, I think I start to really question and wonder why. You know, this is what your GitHub should look at. Like 3,884 comments. So they're going hard on developing. They're always updating it. I mean, Flux never lets me down. This is also a true diamond in the rough. And what they're doing with their decentralized storage network, it could really give Google or Amazon AWS a run for their money. If you guys haven't seen my Flux video, my Flux whiteboard video, you should check it out. It's a really, really awesome cryptocurrency. The only thing I don't like about Flux is its insolidity, but the way that Flux's blockchain is actually created, they need a looping coding language. Tori, what up, buddy? Off to work. Ice cream time. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that big time. I think the White House is ready. President DJesus, USA. We need Trump back in office, no doubt, guys. President DJesus. I like it. I like it. Gotta get pumped. 300 billion and still no wall. Doesn't that just make your blood crawl? Like, Trump was making America so filthy rich, and the globalists and the other countries that were just robbing their citizens blind couldn't have it, because Trump was showing the world what happens when you liberate your citizens and you let innovation take its course, and you inspire, and you get a country to believe in themselves. LGBT, baby. Liberty, guns, Bible, Trump. I love it. I love that saying. LGBT. I'm an LGBT American myself. You could put a Q at the end of it, and we know what that stands for. Nah. DeSantis, you don't want DeSantis, Max. You're gonna learn. I'll have a great documentary coming for you on that guy. He's a bad dude, man. DeSantis is the military-industrial complex, and he can't legally run as vice president because him and Trump live in the same state. So legally, they can't run together. Now, I've heard a few people that say DeSantis is just doing what he's doing because he has Trump's back, and he's actually trying to expose the deep state. So he's actually working with Trump. But if you see DeSantis come out and run against Trump, it should tell you everything you need to know about what type of man that is. DeSantis wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for Trump. Everything Trump did put DeSantis on the map. He made DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis was dressing his own baby in Trump onesies and telling everybody that he was a Trump pit bull defender. And now you look at the man and you're like, what are you doing, bro? Like, he talks a big game, and he's really good at manipulating the media, and he's extremely smart. Don't want to take anything away from DeSantis, but the fact that he's not stepping aside and showing Trump his undial loyalty, because that's what Trump would have did for him. You know, that's what Trump would have did for any one of us. Trump's a fair man, and he's the president of love and peace. And he loves our country, he loves every one of us, and anybody that's trying to, you know, they're using DeSantis to try to divide us. And the fact that DeSantis is letting that happen is just such it's so sad. Trump did so much great for this country. Oh, you know, I can't stand ICP. I thought worse of them when I didn't realize that, you know, it was FTX that was behind the whole pump and dump. But at the same time, I feel like every crypto, I mean, you even look at what's that, Three Arrows Capital came out and tried to like redeem themselves and start a new exchange after they robbed everybody and they got scammed. I mean, I don't trust them, guys. You know, Flux is 100 times better than ICP ever will be. And I think ICP is also another globalist coin. Yep. On Twitter, Manatee County, Florida, train derailed. Wow. What's going on? 1,000 gallons of propane. What the heck? No way. I gotta get ready. I gotta get out of here soon. I should be packing up. I got all my camera equipment set up here still, so I gotta get all this shit packed up for CPAC tomorrow. Take a look at Twitter. You know, where is DeSantis at in his own state, right? Like, how many things have caught on fire and blown up in the last week? Why isn't DeSantis going on an all-out assault on these people that are attacking our country? This was a multi-train crash has derailed in Florida. One car is reportedly carrying 30,000 gallons of propane, and crews are using infrared cameras to monitor the propane tanks.
Believe it until I came here.
So Courtney lives right next to where the train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. I'm here to offer my experience with crisis management as I'm concerned by the federal government's slow response. We are going to make sure Courtney and everyone else here gets the help they need. This is Rudy Giuliani.
What they did to her house, she's a single mother with 2 children. They completely ruined this beautiful home, but she's going to have to leave. It's contaminated. Very little chance it will be contaminated for as long as the eye can see. But you're going to hang in there, sweetheart.
I know.
You're a good woman, and all you're doing is thinking about helping other people. When I first pulled up, what did I call you? The water lady, right?
Yeah.
Right? You were giving out the water to everybody. This is a real mom.
It was because all
all the people
And
in the
you got
United
a car,
States donated that
you
stuff.
got 2 cars, and you're
for
giving
us.
one away? This is what the people here are like. This is what they're like.
We just
I
care
will say
about each
nothing
other.
else now because I will get off the point that I'm on and get into a different one. But these are the good people of America.
Did you want to say anything, Courtney?
I'm
You're
just
a
so
good girl.
grateful that there are people like the mayor that get out.
Well, we're gonna stay on top of this for the I think one thing I can contribute with your mayor is give him a little advice, but he knows what he's doing. But make sure they keep up with this 6 months from now, and a year from now, and 2 years from now, when somebody shows up with an illness, they don't know what it is. I mean, I faced that myself on September 11th, so I'm very empathetic with that.
God bless you.
Okay?
Thank
We'll
you
get
so
through
much.
it. We'll get stronger. We'll get stronger.
Poor citizens, man. Frickin' animals, what they did to the people in East Palestine. And if you guys actually understood how dangerous that was, I've been trying to say it, but like I'm no expert. But like we watched what they did, and we know how dangerous those chemicals are, and there's no making that better, guys. Like, sorry, I'm missing all my lights, so my white hoodie. I promise it's not yellow. It looks it looks ugly as shit. There we go. There we go. No, that drives me crazy. Why my white looks so yellow down here.
Vinyl chloride gas. And it's the basis for thousands of plastic products, from food wrappers to phonograph records. In its final marketable form, it's as safe as any ordinary household item. But during the manufacturing process, when the gas is being synthesized and the resin is being formed, exposure can present a serious risk, causing a relatively rare form of cancer called angiosarcoma. It attacks the liver, and unfortunately, it's invariably fatal, or at least to the present. Information that vinyl chloride could cause cancer in animals was known as early as 1970, but it was not until the actual deaths of workers were reported that industry began to heed the signals.
This is the Panasilk Company of New York, their New Jersey plant in the heart of the chemical belt. They are processing vinyl chloride, proven to be a cancer-producing killer, and they're reducing the risks by using a carefully controlled system. Gas detecting sensors spotted at key worker stations throughout the plant are tied to a central control bank.
Wild. Wild, wild, wild. We saw this one last week. Mini Chernobyl. It is. It's so disgusting what they did. Union Pacific freight train carrying coal has derailed. That was February 21st. Another train derailed in the USA today. Thanks, Pete Buttigieg. It's disgusting. Look at this. I wish I had that one that... I mean, this guy was telling us so bad how vinyl chloride... I wish I could... I want to find this video where this guy explains how deadly it is. Wow, look at that. That's acid rain on this guy's car. Oh my gosh. So this is, I think, vinyl chloride has arrived in Massachusetts.
field of black boxes. What were they? Because I'd never seen anything like that. And his statement was that if he told me, I would be one of few people in Madison, Georgia that knew about them. And he says they're disposable coffins, I believe he told me. And he says there's 100, at that time he said there was 125,000 there. And they were stacked, he told me, 15 high. I asked him who owned them, and he stated that the CDC owned them and that they were leasing his land for storage. And he said his brother worked with the CDC in Atlanta and had been asked by the CDC to do a 3-year extension to place temporary morgues all across the nation.
What? This is Ontario. So what's funny about the whole J6 evidence, and it just blows my mind that so many people jump on the bandwagon. It's like, oh, Tucker Carlson has all the J6 footage. They gave it to him. No, they didn't. They gave him access to the skiff. So somebody from Fox News team has to go into the skiff, which means go into DC and sit there and view the evidence. And I don't even know if they're allowed to take the tapes with them. They can just go in there and view the tapes. I really don't know how that's all working. Oh, Larry Williams says those coffins were old news, more than 10 years, I'd say. Jesse Ventura was calling all that out on his show. Wow, that's crazy. That's good to know. Thanks, Larry. That's good to know. Really good to know.
He said burn it. So I have undergraduate and graduate degree in chemical engineering. I mean, I brought respirators and stuff with us. The problem is to wear a respirator, you need to know what to protect from, right? Hydrocarbons, acid gases. We're here, I think, the first group independently to try to figure out what's really here, because what they were measuring most of the time is what they call VOCs, which is just some generic, it's not a specific chemical, right? I couldn't, in good conscience, until we get some sampling data, know what to protect against. I've been involved in these before. They know that things are going to dissipate with time, so they measure things that don't really matter. There's evidence that when you burn vinyl chloride poorly, and it was definitely burned poorly because it had such a black plume. If you think of in the old days with a carburetor, if you had the air-fuel ratio wrong and you had black smoke, that meant you had too much fuel, not enough air. And that black is carbon, right? So it doesn't combust all the way to CO2. When there's incomplete combustion, there's evidence that part of the vinyl chloride goes to dioxin, and dioxin is one of the most deadly compounds known. If you measured air, it has a lot of components like oxygen, nitrogen. It might have carbon monoxide, right? So if you measure VOCs, volatile organic carbons, that doesn't tell me anything other than you're measuring carbon. But I want to know, is it vinyl chloride? What is the individual component? So they purposely measure with a cheaper instrument total hydrocarbons, but I want to know what the components are.
So this one says, testing at Miller Boss House in East Palestine today. You can't find what you don't look for. We are testing dioxins, vinyl chloride, and other chemicals, with much more to follow.
Colorless gas with a... Never mind that about 1 million pounds of vinyl chloride was burned for days in Ohio and has contaminated the air with phosgene and hydrogen chloride for hundreds of miles. Phosgene is a highly toxic, colorless gas with a strong odor that can cause vomiting and breathing trouble, and it was used as a weapon in World War I. Vinyl chloride exposure is associated with an increased risk of a rare form of liver cancer, as well as primary liver cancer, brain and lung cancers, lymphoma, and leukemia. Neil Donahue, a chemistry professor at Carnegie Mellon University, says the burning might have at least formed dioxins, a group of environmental pollutants that last in the ground and in the body for years. Never mind that animals and fishes have been dying in the thousands all around the contamination site. Never mind that millions could be affected by contaminated waterways flowing from the Ohio River.
We know that there is a plume moving down the Ohio River, so all of our neighboring states, state departments, and our Senko are in constant communication about the location of the plume. We think it's on its way around Huntsville or Huntington, West Virginia now.
Not to mention the Mississippi River. We're talking millions of acres of farmland contaminated. But worry not. The ever-competent EPA has assisted with the screening of 400 homes, and no detections of vinyl or hydrogen chloride were identified. In a statement from EPA...
That's the one, Rick. That's the exact one I wanted. Thank you, Rick. That's the exact one I was looking for. How do I get the volume to work on this thing?
Man, it's 2378 TCDD. Set fire to it, and I've confirmed this. I have EPA documents confirming this. They created this molecule in the fire, which is on the right. This is the most toxic molecule ever created by man. It's 2378 TCDD. It's one dioxin of a class of dioxins. And you'll notice that oxygens are inserted into the center of this molecule. It has the carbons, the hydrogens, and now chlorine on both ends. 4 chlorine atoms, and that creates armor. In essence, a chemical armor where this molecule is practically indestructible like Teflon. This molecule is a disruptor of every system in the human body.
So it doesn't break down like radiation?
It will not break down. It doesn't have a half-life like radiation. It is considered a persistent bioaccumulative toxin. That's called a PBT by the EPA. Persistent means it doesn't go away. Bioaccumulative means that it accumulates up the food chain.
Yeah, I'll share this one in here for you guys to watch. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for playing that, so. That's wild. Absolutely wild. Wild. That's the exact one I was looking for, Rick. Thank you. That is the exact one I was looking for. So they basically turn this into the Teflon of chemicals. So it doesn't break down. It doesn't degrade. So like once they burn once they burn that vinyl chloride, unlike radiation where the chemicals actually break down over time and they get less and less and less toxic, this doesn't. They just basically created a toxic chemical which is literally going to poison a vast majority of the United States. And now they're trying to and this is what they're trying to cover up in East Palestine. It's worse than a nuke. Yeah, I think it is, because you know, a nuke, if the nuke would have went off, like we would have known, you know, exactly how many people were, how dangerous it is. This stuff they just put out in the air and everybody's breathing it in. Now it's raining all over the world. It's disgusting. I mean, it's going to infect it's going to get into the cattle, into the fish, and it doesn't go away. Like, so if your cattle eats some grass that has vinyl chloride in it, and then it doesn't kill the animal completely, but it's actually the animal congests it, then it gets into your shit now. Like, and you cook off the meat, you're not going to cook it off there. Probably when you're cooking the meat, it's probably going to turn into a gas and then get into your home, and you're going to breathe it in. Get in trouble because it's A. Jones. And I don't know if he's completely banned from YouTube. They have such weird rules. I just share it with you guys so you guys can watch it. It's disgusting. Lorenzo, what up, buddy? Thank you, Profit Taker. Thank you guys so much for being, members. I appreciate it more than you guys could ever imagine. It's disgusting. What do you got, Cali Crop Doc? Where'd you send it, on Twitter? Where'd you send it at, Kelly? I don't see it. I don't have a DM from you on Twitter. Did you send it to my old channel? My Twitter got hacked a while back.
All these chemicals popping up from the bottom of the streams that these kids used to play in. Would you allow your kids anywhere close to these streams right now?
I would not. I'm a father of a 9-year-old. I think we have to all agree that we wish this accident didn't occur. The accident occurred, and as a result, some of our creeks and our streams have pollution in them.
Administrator,
Some of ours. Sick people, man. Sick people out there. Tell you what. Ryan, when you can, Ryan, better check out 5 his short out. It's KJP lying about the Chinese balloon. Send it to me on Twitter, Jerry. I'll check it out. I got to get running right now, guys. I was just waiting to see if Kelly was going to send me a link. I was going to pull it up here for a second. Man, this Erickson report is going crazy right now. Oh yeah, they had the COVID policy hearing. Shit, I wanted to play those. Let's watch those, guys. Damn it, Doctor. I was meant to put those on right after the stream ended. Gosh damn it. They're still going on, probably. Yeah, they are.
And based on facts. This is work that was put on the back burner or entirely ignored by the previous majority. But now is now. And frankly, our work and final report should be largely bipartisan. I look forward to working with everyone in this room on both sides of the aisle to achieve these goals and produce a product that can stand the test of time. And I strongly believe we have the team to achieve it. On each side of the aisle, we have a wide range of knowledge and experiences. Voices representing medicine and science, moms and dads, parents, business owners, local government leaders, And obviously, every member here has lived through the impacts of COVID-19. Today we get started and are joined by esteemed public health officials to help us chart a path forward, to help us understand what policies went wrong and how we as a country can improve. Americans feel that time and time again the government failed to adequately protect the American people and often failed to follow the science. Did we truly support America's children by not reopening schools? The government failed to rapidly reopen schools for in-person instruction. According to a study by Brown University economist Dr. Emily Oster, students who attended school mostly online for the 2020 to 2021 school year performed 13% lower in math and 8% lower in reading than their in-person counterparts. Further, according to the U.S. Surgeon General, children and teenagers are going through a once-in-a-lifetime mental health crisis, with 25% reporting experiencing depression and 20% experiencing anxiety symptoms. Suicide is also now the second leading cause of death nationally for children aged 10 to 14. Across the federal government, taxpayer-funded employees failed to report to work even after vaccines were widely available. According to data from the Office of Personnel Management in 2018, approximately 483,000 government workers were remote. During the pandemic, that number rose to more than 1 million. This left Americans across the country who were being laid off because of lockdowns struggling to get government services while government employees continued to receive all their benefits. Even more surprising, about 90% of the CDC were working remotely while responding to a once-in-a-century pandemic. Dr. Deborah Birx testified that the country would have been better served if the CDC operated in person. How were elderly Americans harmed when governors, like former New York Governor Cuomo, forced nursing homes to accept more than 9,000 recovering and potentially contagious coronavirus patients against CDC and CMS guidelines? Did Governor Cuomo's decision to move over 9,000 recovering coronavirus patients from hospitals into nursing homes seed the virus amongst those most at risk for serious illness and death? It's a directive he later revoked under heavy criticism, but is yet to be held accountable for. The science was clear that infections from coronaviruses, including SARS and MERS, confer robust natural immunity. As a matter of fact, many scientists, feeling left out, recognize the existing science regarding infection-acquired immunity, as well as recognizing the pluses and minuses of mRNA vaccines. Now, more than 3 years into the pandemic, The Lancet published an analysis confirming the health benefit associated with infection-acquired immunity. They state that individuals previously infected with COVID are 88% less likely to succumb to serious disease for at least 10 months, a strength and duration seemingly on par with vaccine-induced immunity. On December 5, 2020, then President-elect Biden promised vaccines would not be federally mandated. Less than 1 year into his presidency, President Biden abruptly announced the national vaccine and testing mandate, a mandate never before imposed on employees or the American workforce. Personal physician consultations were not part of this process. Did this benefit or harm public health? Each one of these and many other decisions must and will be investigated thoroughly. The American people deserve to know and understand how and why these impactful decisions were made. Through this pandemic, there have been many mysteries, many unknowns. We've had to deal with hypotheticals and assumptions, understandably, especially early on in the pandemic. But when hypotheticals and assumptions proved to be incorrect, did we correct? Were we poised, or did we become poised to gather telling data and share that data with providers and with the public? Did we create unnecessary fear and, in some, and dangerous ambivalence in others? I could go on, and this committee will go on. Monday morning quarterbacking can be a healthy process if we allow it. Ask questions, question decisions, discover the reasoning, motives, and science behind decisions made. At the end of this process, our goal is to produce a product, hopefully bipartisan, based on knowledge and lessons learned. a product that can benefit and serve future generations and benefit the health and well-being of all Americans and others around the world. The pandemic will likely occur again, and when that happens, may we have the ability to predict, prepare, protect, and prevent. Today, we will hear from experts and begin to advance our path forward. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to yield to the ranking member, recognize him for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Dr. Wenstrup, my friend. We've had a very good bipartisan working relationship throughout the years, getting some good legislation signed into law together, and I'm looking forward to working with you in a bipartisan manner for the sake of our nation. The 117th Congress was a stellar Congress with a select subcommittee on COVID that reviewed nearly 1 million documents, had 394 letters sent, 42 hearings and briefings, 37 staff reports that have been published, and two overarching themes that we can grow from was, one, that we inadequately had the public health infrastructure to address a pandemic as large as this one, and we need to comprehensively take that lesson and invest in a public health infrastructure in order to identify these novel viruses, contain them, prevent them from being pandemics, and being able to mitigate and save as many lives as we possibly can while mitigating harm. The second biggest takeaway from that 118th Congress was the extreme dangers of disinformation and misinformation for political gain and not based on evidence or science, and that can lead to non-compliance or failure of therapeutics or misinformation where people are making decisions that put themselves and their families in harm's way. So when we speak of lessons learned and what went wrong, we must also have an honest discussion of what went right. And in fact, there were several things that went right. One is the investment to prevent more deaths and economic turmoil. We know that the economic support that was given worked in order to keep the economy afloat. However, the Democrats held multiple hearings last Congress focusing on the fraud and abuse that happened, and we definitely need to get to the bottom of it in order for that, in order to prevent that from happening again. Just recently, the Commonwealth Fund had a report on December 13, 2022, that showed that because of the administration's efforts, there were over 3 million lives saved. And that is a success. There could have been more, in my opinion. We should have had more. And so we need to understand the lessons learned, all the barriers of misinformation, disinformation, the politicization of this, and avoid those for the sake of our nation.
In the Department of Medicine at Harvard University. His research centers on developing and applying new disease surveillance methods for post-market drug and vaccine safety surveillance and for the early detection and monitoring of infectious disease outbreaks. He earned a bachelor's degree in mathematical statistics from Umeå University in Sweden and is doctorate in operations research from
by age. So older people, while anybody can get infected, older people have more than 1,000-fold risk of dying from COVID compared to young people. There were two major failures or categories of failures during the pandemic. One was the failure to properly and optimally protect older Americans, those who are at high risk from dying from COVID. For example, we didn't protect nursing home residents properly. And it's not just by sending sick people to nursing home, which of course was criminal, but also we have too much staff rotation in nursing homes. We didn't do enough testing of nursing home staff to prevent infections to come in. We also didn't protect older working age Americans in the 60s and 70s, while the laptop class was often working from home, whether they were in the 20s or 30s or 40s.
many older working class Americans in the 60s and some in the 70s were still working as cab drivers in supermarkets and so forth being infected. And in fact, the way we dealt with the pandemic was the worst assault on poor people, working Americans and middle-class Americans since segregation and the Vietnam War. When, as part of the Great Barrington Declaration, together with Dr. Bhattacharya here and Dr. Snehata Gupta at Oxford University, when we proposed very concrete things for how to better protect older Americans who needed better protections, we were instead slandered by claiming that, for example, we advocated by wrongly stating that we advocated a herd immunity strategy. We have very concrete proposals for how to better protect older Americans, but that was dismissed and we were slandered instead of taken seriously. Secondly, lockdown harms, school closures, people not going to medical visits and so on, that has killed many Americans and will continue to do so in the next few years. For example, a woman who didn't get her cervical screening, cancer screening in 2020 might now die next year or 2 years from now instead of living another 15, 20 years. So the lockdowns had enormously negative consequences on public health, on not only cancer screening and treatment, on cardiovascular disease treatments, diabetes care, vaccination rates for children plummeted. Vaccination is very important to vaccinate our young children. Also, of course, as was mentioned earlier, the mental health, both of the young people and older adults. So that was a major failure of our pandemic response. These failures are due to abandonment of basic principles of public health, and I mentioned two of them. One is that you cannot only focus on one disease, in this case COVID. You have to look at public health generally, all diseases, including chronic diseases, including mental health. We didn't do that. All the focus was on trying to suppress or eradicate COVID, which was impossible for a disease like COVID. The other thing, we were thinking short-term instead of long-term. Yes, you can do lockdowns and reduce short-term infections of COVID, but that has long-term consequences in, for example, cancer and cardiovascular disease. That was not considered. So there was never done a proper benefit risk or benefit harms analysis. Mistakes were made, and the pandemic response is a house of cards that's now falling apart one by one. I don't think that anybody left who thinks that school closures were a good idea. There is now being recognition that there is immunity after having had an infection. So there was never a reason to mandate vaccine for people who had already had COVID. There was recently a study of masks that shows that masks have zero or very limited benefit. So this house of cards is now falling apart. And we have a choice. We can either double down on those mistakes and pretend that they were not mistakes, or bury it in the sand, or we can have an honest evaluation of our response. And it's encouraging to hear from the opening statements of the chair and the ranking member that your intention is to have a very honest evaluation of our pandemic response. And I thank you both and the rest of your members for that. Thank you very much.
I think I now recognize Dr. McCary to give an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Winstrup and Ranking Member Ruiz and members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to present. Public health officials have made many tragic mistakes during the pandemic. Failure to warn of the pandemic for months, ignoring natural immunity, dismissing the lab leak as a conspiracy, closing schools, masking toddlers, boosting young, healthy people, pushing boosters for young people, bypassing FDA expert panel customary votes that we've been using for decades, telling people to wash their hands like crazy, thinking it was a surface transmission problem, when the other known coronaviruses that cause severe illness, SARS and MERS, were both airborne. Routinely telling people that they have to get the second dose 3 or 4 weeks after the first dose, when good data came out of the UK that 3 months was the ideal time for the second dose, lowering complication rates like myocarditis and increasing antibody response. Telling people that data on the bivalent vaccine was crystal clear when it was authorized based on data from 8 mice, and to date, no randomized controlled trial has been conducted. And failing to speak out against the cruel and inhumane hospital visitation policies that prevented people from seeing their dying loved ones, a human rights violation. To be clear, public health officials are not wrong for making recommendations based on the knowledge that they had at the time. But that's not actually what happened. They were wrong because they refused to evolve their positions as the data became abundantly clear. For example, young, healthy people were essentially spared of this pandemic. They had an infection fatality rate no worse than influenza. In fact, ask anyone who's pushing COVID vaccines on healthy young people, has any young, healthy child died in the United States of COVID in the last 3 years? Do you know? Do any of you know? The CDC director didn't know when she was asked at this Congress. The numbers have never been provided. Could be 2, could be 10, could be 25 kids over 3 years, far less than other common respiratory viruses. Germany did a study. It was 0 kids 5 through 11 years of age that died that were healthy in that entire country in the population study. So what are we doing? Using intense dogma, telling 50 million children they have to lose their livelihood of learning and being in school and school lunch programs and covering their faces based on what? This intense arrogance is what people are frustrated by, and they have a right to be upset right now. The data was abundant for a long time. We're not talking about making the best decision at the time with the information at hand. We're talking about ignoring data on natural immunity, over 160 studies now over 2 years, including a JAMA study that my team published out of Hopkins. Why didn't they didn't even do this study? My team had to go out and invite people who had the infection early on, and then a year and 2 years after the infection, see whether or not they had antibodies. Not a hard study to do. I too, Ranking Member Ruiz, am concerned about misinformation. The greatest perpetrator of misinformation during the pandemic has been the United States government. Misinformation that COVID was spread through surface transmission, that vaccinated immunity was far greater than natural immunity, that masks were effective. Now we have the definitive Cochrane review. What do you do with that review? Cochrane is the most authoritative evidence body in all of medicine and has been for decades. Do you just ignore it, not talk about it? That myocarditis was more common after the infection than the vaccine. Not true. It's 4 to 28 times more common after the vaccine. That young people benefit from a booster. Misinformation. Our 2 top experts on vaccines quit the FDA in protest over this particular issue, pushing boosters in young, healthy people. The data was never there. That's why the CDC never disclosed hospitalization rates among boosted Americans under age 50. The vaccine mandates would increase vaccination rates. The George Mason University study shows it didn't. It did one thing. It created never vaxxers who are now not getting the childhood vaccines they need to get. Over and over again, we've seen something that goes far beyond using your best judgment with the information at hand. We've seen something which is unforgivable, and that is the weaponization of medical research itself. The CDC putting out their own shoddy studies, like their own study on natural immunity, looking at one state for 2 months, when they had data for years on all 50 states. Why did they only report that one sliver of data? Why did they salami slice the giant database? Because it gave them the result they wanted. Same with masking study. Well, the data has now caught up in giant systematic reviews, and the public health officials were intellectually dishonest. They lied to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to address the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. I want to focus my remarks today on the need for an honest, scientifically minded evaluation of the COVID pandemic response. Though scientists and people vehemently disagreed about the wisdom of lockdowns, school closures, vaccine mandates and discrimination, masks, and so much else, there's near universal agreement that what we did failed. Official counts attribute more than 1 million deaths to COVID in the United States and almost 7 million worldwide. By early 2022, about 95% of Americans had contracted COVID, despite the harsh countermeasures in most states, including confinement of broad populations, business closures, cessation of religious and other gatherings, school closures, and widespread violation of civil liberties. Very clearly, these measures failed to protect Americans from COVID. This fact is confirmed by a comprehensive Johns Hopkins University meta-analysis, which concluded that lockdowns had failed to contain the spread of COVID. At best, they temporarily protected the laptop class who could work from home without losing their jobs, perhaps 30% of the population, while being served by the working class. The pandemic response itself has wrought tremendous collateral harm. There's now broad agreement that the school closures in some states running for a year or more have set kids behind in ways that will lead them to worse outcomes as adults, including shorter, poorer lives. One peer-reviewed paper estimated that the spring 2020 closures alone may have cost American children millions of life years in expectation. These losses are unequally distributed, with poor and minority children suffering the worst learning losses. Hundreds of thousands of kids never returned to school when schools opened. Maybe the most perplexing sin of the public health establishment was that it abandoned an essential commitment to science. For example, why was the age gradient in COVID risk ignored in sending COVID-infected patients back to nursing homes early in the pandemic, where we knew the most vulnerable people resided? Why did public health authorities ignore clear scientific data that COVID infection-acquired immunity is as strong or stronger than vaccine-acquired immunity? Vaccine mandates forced many frontline workers, heroes who contracted COVID early in the pandemic while doing essential work, to choose between their careers and a vaccine that provides less protection than the natural immunity they already had. Many, faced with these anti-scientific choices, will never trust public health authorities again, even on vital topics such as the necessity of traditional childhood vaccines. Public health bureaucrats operate more like dictators than scientists during the pandemic, sealing themselves off from credible outside criticism. Consider, for instance, the treatment of scientific dissidents outside the government who contradicted public health dogma. In the earliest days of the pandemic, public health bureaucrats organized a cover-up of the hypothesis that COVID emerged as a result of a laboratory leak, calling scientists who proposed the idea conspiracy theorists. Only recently have official bodies started to admit the hypothesis is plausible and maybe even true, and certainly not a conspiracy. Where do the scientists whose careers were destroyed advancing the idea go to get their reputations back? When Martin Kulldorff of Harvard University here today, Sunetra Gupta, a professor at Oxford University, and I proposed a focused protection alternative, not a herd immunity alternative, to lockdowns in October 2020, then NIH director Francis Collins labeled the three of us fringe epidemiologists and engaged a media campaign to take down our proposal, to which tens of thousands of doctors, epidemiologists, and scientists endorsed, including a Nobel Prize winner. Under the banner of combating misinformation, government health agencies use their power to collaborate with social media companies to control the public conversation about science, COVID science, and policy. The pattern repeated itself throughout the pandemic, with science bureaucrats abusing their authority to create an illusion of scientific consensus in favor of destructive ideas when none existed. So the American people deserve answers to fundamental questions about the pandemic. On what empirical basis were schools closed? Did public health decision makers consider the harms of their policies as thoroughly as their putative benefits? Why did authorities ignore recovered immunity or failure of the vaccine to prevent disease transmission in recommending vaccine mandates and discriminatory vaccine policies? With such a litany of failure, the American people deserve an honest COVID commission to evaluate the response and document all the errors as well as the few successes. In 1986, when the U.S. faced the national tragedy of the Space Shuttle Challenger explosion, Congress created a commission with independent outside experts, including Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman. His iconic demonstration of a faulty O-ring made brittle in the cold as the cause of the Challenger disaster led to fundamental reforms at NASA. The American people deserve a similar bipartisan, scientifically minded COVID-19 commission so the public health disaster of the last 3 years is not repeated. With Dr. Makari, Dr. Kuldorf, and 5 other epidemiologists, I've written a document called the Norfolk Group Blueprint, where we list 80 pages of questions that need to be answered, scientific questions, in a bipartisan, scientifically minded spirit to address the failure of the public health establishment during the pandemic. Thank you.
Now recognize Dr. Benjamin to give an opening statement.
Chairman Weintraub and Ranking Member Rhodes, listen, thank you very much for allowing me to be here with you today. And members of the committee, thank you as well. I'm Georges Benjamin. I'm the Executive Director at the American Public Health Association. I'm an internist, but I really self-identify as an emergency physician who got dragged into public health. And let me say that I've been in this town for a long time, and I have probably been involved with every single public health emergency that we've had since I arrived here in 1983. And for my years addressing crisis and emergency situations, it's clear to me that the understanding of the facts around what, when, and how things happen is an essential first step to ensuring we are better prepared for the future, and I'm very glad the committee is looking to do that. In addition, though, let me just point out that the retrospective scope, docs in the room will understand that, many of those on the committee, is a very powerful tool. But we have to be incredibly careful that we do not review our past actions using what we know today while forgetting what we actually knew when we initially made critical decisions. That's very, very important. And I think the chairman has also said that as well. And while what we know today should indeed inform our future preparations, and I don't want anyone to leave this room thinking I don't believe that it should inform this, we must remember the limited information we had when we made those decisions are very, very important. And also the fact that our knowledge base in science continues to evolve over time. And so we do learn things over time. First of all, we created a safe and effective vaccine by every standard that we understand safe and efficacy today in record time, in absolute record time.
Communist.
And we do.
This guy's an absolute communist. All right, we're gonna keep this show going. I'm gonna switch over to my other channel. So if you guys want to swing over here and follow us, we're gonna keep this going. I just had this video all tagged for Trump, so nobody's gonna find it if they're looking for it, and I want to make sure that everybody has access to find this hearing. So we're gonna switch over. Here's my second channel. You guys want to jump over there? It's gonna start up in like 2 minutes. So I'm just literally gonna close this one down. I appreciate everybody. Thank you all for the super chats. We're gonna keep it going, but I want to make sure everybody has the ability to find this video when they're searching for it, since the mainstream media is not gonna be playing it, and they're never gonna come back to the 4 hours into this stream to find this part of this video. So swing over there on my second channel. We'll be up and live in about 2 minutes. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys all for the super chats. I love you. And we'll be right back up and running here in 2 seconds. Nothing stated in this video is a fact. Everything's just my opinion. Everybody's always innocent until proven guilty. You should always do your own research and consult with your own medical advisors before making any medical decisions.